What's up, everybody? Hello. I don't know why I always fuck up. I put my title before I go live, and then it just like does not post. And then the gaming frogs get really excited. They're like, what? You're telling me that we're doing gaming right away? What? Anyway, hello. Make me feel better about the world. There you go. Sometimes you just have to like... Everybody scream! Jade, thank you for the 12 months. Lunette, thank you for the 34 months. Seductive Bruja, thank you for the 18 months. Mango Mom, thank you for the 12 months. Anon, thank you for the gifted. Totally Not a Bot, thank you for the 19 months. Demashe, thank you for the 15 months. I decided to not try and follow news until like an hour ago. Well, I'm trying to think of what we got going on that's not like the kind of news that will make your stomach drop out of your butt. For your stream redecorating. Oh! They have the rhino from Ace Ventura for sale. Can I put Farley in this? Does it open up in the butt? Wow. How much is it? It's estimate $4,000 to $8,000. Oh, it's an auction. Okay. So just drop a couple thou and this too can be yours. Oh my God. Wow. What if I only had this? You know what I mean? Nothing else in the stream room, just this. There's the one thing. People come in my room and they're like, what's up? I'm like, don't ask. That's just what I say. I'm like, you don't want to know. Oh, wait till you hear the story behind that. And then I never tell the story because there is no story. Ah. Oh. I emerge from it at the start of every stream. I'm like Brad Pitt coming out of the closet in Burn After Reading when he's like, Rah! It's kind of the theme of today, I think. That with bright wallpaper would actually bang if you see the vision. You know? I kind of said it as a joke. But my question is, can both Farley and I fit in this thing? That's what I want to know. There's one seat. Okay, so there's one seat in here. I think we can both fit. Yeah. Farley! Oh, he's not here. He's on a walk. He's walking himself. Okay. I'm interested. If I buy it, can we poop Farley out of it? Yeah. Oh my God, wait a second. Hold on. Will, have you seen this? Wait. Speak the devil.
That's the rhino from Ace Ventura.
Yeah, I know. What if for my
Pretty hot in these rhinos. Don't mind me, just a curious little rhino.
Exactly. What if I only have this in my stream room? Do you think Far would willingly go in it? Farley? Far? Okay, never mind. Hi. What do you think of this? Would you go in? Would you go in this? Would you go in this? If mommy put you in, if mommy put you in this, you would like that? Do just stand there if you mean yes. Okay, perfect. Great. Why does Will have a Benson Boone shirt on? Because Will Neff is actually the biggest Benson Boone fan. He definitely didn't get that shirt for free. He went online and paid money for it because he is the #1 fanboy. He's Club Boone. He's a Booner. Club Booner. I'm interested. Farley opening door. Oh yeah, no, how crazy was that? Wait, oh my God. Wait, you can see him in the back. Look. Oh my God. I'm interested. Wait. How the fuck did that door open? Wait, hold on a second. I'm confused. Was that Will? Was that Will who opened the door? Wait, I don't see anybody though. He just has telekinesis. What the hell? Ninja, thank you for the 41 months. What the hell? Non, thank you for the 7 months. What? Artie, thank you for the 7 months. Timeless Wisdom, thank you for the 7 months. Alexandra, thank you for the 9 months. He's back. See, he's back because he's into the rhino. You want to be in the rhino? You want to be in the rhino? Yeah, you're so cute. Now let's see. Farley, can you close the door? Okay. Nope. Nope. When is Farley getting his sibling? Y'all, I gotta stop. I've been going crazy. Because the thing is that it first started as wanting to adopt one more dog, and now I'm up to like 10. Now I want to adopt like 10 dogs. Because every time I see one, I get really sad. It's like, here's another dog who's blind, can't walk, who just wants love. All they want is love. 10 isn't that many. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm like, you get one, you might as well have 10. Kwan's house for wayward elderly dogs. I know, but then I also like, but then I think about how sad I'll get if I were to get to an older dog at the end of its life. Like, then I'm like, oh no. But what are your thoughts on cats? Interesting you asked that, and I have a feeling you asked me that because of Jesse Buckley. Okay, so last night I posted this online. I posted this on Twitter. This was one of those things I posted, and I at first was just gonna post the photo and see if there were maybe 3 people who understood this. I was like, enough said, just the pic. Okay, I will say people are going kind of crazy over Jesse Buckley. I will say, this interview came out in November, FYI. The interview where it's her and Paul Mescal, and they're on the podcast Laugh, Love, Sad, what is it called? It's like sad, laughter, sad. You know what I'm talking about, right? Santaz, thank you for the 7 months. Katie did, thank you for the 3 months. What the hell is it? Live, laugh, love? It's something like that. Dochi said something similar as well. Okay, now from a personal standpoint, I will say that whenever somebody kind of talks about rehoming in a casual, almost giddy tone, I do a little side eye. I'm like, oh, okay. Happy, sad, confused. Yes, thank you. Okay, so this clip of Jessie Buckley and Paul Mescal on this Happy, Sad, Confused podcast episode that came out in November, but it's like making the rounds right now because it's T-minus a week and a half until the Oscars. And I guess the burners and who else would this benefit besides Rose Byrne? I'm going to call it the burners. Okay. The Rose Byrne stands. I think maybe this is kind of a Hail Mary for them to have their best actress winner over Jessie Buckley, who has swept the entire award season. Best actress is kind of boring, so somebody had to do something. Yeah, I kind of felt that way too when I was watching the clip. So basically, she and Paul are talking about how they don't like cats. They're like, I don't trust cats. I don't like cats. And then the thing though that has the burn hive, that has the booners and the burners, really like going full speed ahead on this is she said that when she met her now husband, when she had first met him, she does not like cats. She can't be around cats, whatever. She's never going to be starring in Andrew Lloyd Webber's Cats. Okay. And he ended up rehoming, his 2 cats. What's her husband's name? Jessie Buckley husband, Freddie Sorensen. Yeah, Freddie Sorensen. So he rehomed the cats. And now I totally understand people going, ooh, because I also am like definitely side-eyeing when people do stuff like that. Not where, look, I get it can be complicated. Okay, I get it can be complicated. Sometimes like when an animal is an issue for little kids, like in Jennifer Lawrence's situation, it's you have to you choose your kids or your animal. And so her dog went to her parents. It's not like Jennifer Lawrence threw the dog in the trash. Her dog went to live with her parents because the dog was not able to be in the same home as her baby, as like her little tiny one. So rehome human children. I mean, I gotta be so for real, y'all. If I were to have a kid and that kid did not fuck with Farley, well, the kid might have to go. I'd be like, this is my firstborn. What am I supposed to do? Get rid of my oldest child? Because what, a little baby comes along? You got to do what you got to do. Exactly. Plus, my mother would like so happily take the rehomed kid. Anyway, okay. I think the issue too is that Jessie Buckley is gleefully kind of doing like a villainous laugh, like a Cruella DeVille kind of style cackle in this clip, and it really doesn't look great. It doesn't look great. Now, do I think this is gonna knock her out of winning the Best Actor Oscar? No, I don't. Do I think that she should be killed? No. But I will say, it's like, okay, that's something that I never understand why people share that kind of stuff. You know, and like obviously some people, like this is what happens in literally anything that occurs online. You have people take it to the most extreme place. Par for the course. This is not something that we don't see every single time. Okay, every single time. When you've got a piece of it's not even news, honestly. When you got a thing like this and there's a handful of people who are talking about it. But yeah, I don't understand why people share these things. And I always get worried when people start jumping. Well, I know why it's happening. It's happening because we are in the home stretch of the Oscars. So this is what I mean by like, it's not serious news. Okay. This is not, of all the news that's happening, this is not up there with the most serious of serious news. But it's because so far, Best Actress has been just a complete and total lock. And I do think it's being used by Rose Byrne stands, or I don't know. I mean, I just like don't know why else people would be pushing it right now. Randomly bringing up yeah, like I said, this happened in November. It's the Anti-Irish Brigade. Is this worse than starring in The Bride? So unfortunately, I have read that The Bride is possibly Jessie Buckley's worst role, which is that film coming out right now? Yeah, it's in theaters. It's in theaters right now. I saw reviewers say it's her Norbit. Yeah. And Nandre texted me about it and I was like, Nandre, I'm not on the anti-Jessie Buckley train like you are, but I'm willing to believe some of these early reviews I've read. And I've seen the trailers. And part of me is like, man, let's support a woman-directed indie film in the midst of all this bullshit happening. Like, you are never gonna get me in these trying times. In these goddamn trying times, you are not gonna have me come out and just fully annihilate Maggie Gyllenhaal in a film like this, no matter what. You know? However, I think I can assess that this film is probably not going to be that great. I'm seeing it in a few days. I kind of want to smoke a bunch of weed and go see it. The credit song is apparently the Monster Mash. Oh, okay. Okay. That's, I mean, that's a banger song. That is. Maybe this is Jessie Buckley stands distracting from how bad The Bride is. Wait a second. I did not consider that. I assumed, I was like, this has to be Rose Byrne. And then when I Googled Rose Byrne cat, this popped up. It was like, this is now Rose Byrne's last minute Oscar campaign strat. But maybe, maybe it was in fact Jessie Buckley stands who are worried. They're like, okay, which one do we think will be worse? Jessie Buckley in The Bride, which is getting kind of ripped to shreds, or this clip of Jessie Buckley in on this podcast. Go with Sam and record that car review at last. I know we talked about it and then we never went to do that. Okay, what else do we have? What else do we have in like the pop culture world? Anything that's like not super depressing, or if it is tea, it's unserious tea. You know, just before we dive into, I don't know, say a U.S. senator breaking a Marine's arm because he was protesting against the war, or the Senate voting against the War Powers Resolution. You know, Bossa Nova babe, thank you for the 28 months. Yeah.
In the Resident Evil,
I found a challenge for you. Resident Evil, but if I die, I reset back to Resident Evil 1. I'm sorry. So basically, I play Resident Evil, and if I die, I go all the way back to RE1. Yeah, easy. This is unserious but fun tea from the 70s. Hexeth is trying to bring about Armageddon. Oh yeah. I am going to rip apart Christian nationalism tonight. I will have nothing but annihilation for Christian nationalism. It is a fucking death cult. Okay, but anyway, here's a typical day in the life of Liza Minnelli. In 1978, she was walking in New York City when she was spotted by her boyfriend, Martin Scorsese. He stormed up and accused her of having an affair with Mikhail Baryshnikov, which she was. How can you do this to me? How can you do this to me? Scorsese screamed. An awkward moment, no question. What gave it that extra Liza with a Z oomph was that standing next to Minnelli was her then husband, Jack Haley Jr., the son of the man who played the Tin Man opposite of Minnelli's mother. Hold the fucking phone. So her boyfriend is Martin Scorsese. Her husband is Jack Haley Jr. And her affair was Mikhail Baryshnikov. And they were all doing a lot of coke. Of course, it was the 70s. And Scorsese was dating Isabella Rossellini when this happened. Oh my God. Never let your husband get in the way of your boyfriend, get in the way of your affair. To get in the way of your what's the wait, hold on a second. Mistress? What's the, I guess, is that we use that as gender neutral? Mr. That doesn't sound right. Lover? You know what? Sure, lover. Side piece. Never let your husband get in the way of your boyfriend, and never let your boyfriend get in the way of your lover. Your lover / side piece. I was trying to think of it and I can't. I don't know if there's a male version. I mean, yeah, I guess that's why side piece. Side piece and lover. Gender neutral. Oh my God. Liza, so messy. So goddamn messy. Here's the thing too. Okay. Celebrities, I will say, I don't feel like we get mess like we used to. You look at, for instance, just the entire life of Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton. Like Elizabeth Taylor's entire everything is truly the pinnacle of mess central. I would eat up a YouTube channel that just breaks down all this historical gossip. Okay, well, one thing I'm thinking of doing is I've been kind of like brainstorming content ideas, and I want to do one series that's in the vein of here's 5 things from pop culture history that I cannot stop thinking about. It's so like once a week or something along those lines where it's like, here's a rundown of things that I literally think about all the time. And you should too. And it'll be a mix of like like Charles Melton not winning the Oscar. Okay, I've never moved on. I've never moved on from him not being nominated. Literally, I've never moved on. And then there's also, you know, Justin Timberlake. We do not forgive, we do not forget. And right now, Justin Timberlake is trying to prevent the footage from his DUI night. I think it's like whatever, body cam or just some surveillance footage from being released. He's fighting the Hamptons right now. When Justin Timberlake sucks so badly that you're on the side of the Hamptons, like the rich people who live in the Hamptons. I'm like, yeah, I'm team rich people who live in the Hamptons because fuck Justin Timberlake. This is going to ruin the tour. Yeah. And then so it's stuff like that. That's like a little more, you know, in this century, but then also like famous feuds, you know, and affairs and stuff like just there's so much in pop culture. And I'm always obsessed with, I first of all love trivia, and love like, do you remember? And then it's something that you're like, oh my God, so iconic. Never forgot. Or you go, holy shit, how could I have forgotten? This sounds like a quick TikTok series you could read off. Yeah, so like that's one thing that I think TikTok would really eat up. Like it would do really well in a shorts format, just, you know. But yeah, there is so much in old Hollywood. The romance, scandals, affairs. Love that shit. Have you thought about learning how to edit? Yeah. I have been trying to edit. And Sam's kind of tried to show me some stuff. It took me 5 hours to edit a TikTok that was not even fully edited. Like, that's where I'm at right now. Yeah. And then I didn't end up posting it. Like, it was just trying to practice learning how to edit. Shouts out to editors out there. Seriously, editors are incredible. It takes so much longer than you think it will. And I'm in the very beginning stages of trying to learn how to edit. It is a whole ass career. Yeah, great editors are no wonder that people are always trying to snap them up. Chilla Flofi, thank you for the prime. I mean, I was just trying to figure out the green screen because I've been writing out kind of like, so what I did yesterday was write down 5 different videos that I would love to make, and then kind of went through, and I'm trying to get in the zone of, okay, insert a clip here, and then here's like what I would say, and then maybe a green screen moment here with this article that I'm referencing, and like blah, 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 blah. What are you using to edit? Answer: scissors. Like, I told y'all that I had to look up a video of how to use green screen on TikTok, and it was some woman who was in her 70s who had posted a video of how to use green screen. So me, a 33-year-old, was watching this 70-something-year-old woman explain how to find green screen on TikTok. Yeah. So anyway, that's what's going on with me. No, but I really do want to learn how to make my own, how to make my own vids. And then ideally I would kind of just make a couple in a row, and then I could just spread out posting them. Yep. Rob does really good green screen TikTok edits on pop culture.
This MLK episode of Seventh Heaven where a white guy is
I watched this guy. We watched him and we were talking about, this is when it was revealed that what's his name on Seventh Heaven is a pedophile. Like, so many.
so many men. Holy shit. Yeah, he's Rob is really he's great. He's really great. I've been doing my research. Speaking of pedophiles, a guy who's worked for the DOJ for a long time was just arrested for being a pedophile. Yep. Timothy Parsons, who, you want to know something crazy? I Googled Timothy Parsons to get more info here to see like what department of the DOJ that he works in, which I could not find. There are multiple Timothy Parsons in the last couple of years who have been arrested for being pedophiles. Fun fact. So if your name is Timothy Parsons, I am so sorry, but your SEO is bad. Timothy, you Google Timothy Parsons and there's multiple Timothy Parsons in just the last couple years who have been arrested and charged with possession and possession of CSAM, like being pedophiles. Yeah. A horrible fact. Horrible. Very cursed name. I think you have to just change your name. I want one day where we don't find out about a new pedo. Yeah. Wouldn't that be so fun for a change? Wouldn't it be so great for a change to not live in this world where like every day we find out a new pedophile, especially a pedo, you know, finding out that it's somebody who was in not just close proximity to children, because here's the thing. The reason that Timothy Parsons got caught is there was another guy last year who is a psychotherapist who specializes in working with kids. And he was the one who was distributing this CSAM, and he distributed it to Timothy Parsons. So they caught that guy who, charged him with possession and distribution of CSAM. And that's how they caught Timothy Parsons. So here you have a guy who works for the DOJ who was getting CSAM from a guy who works with children in a therapist capacity. So it's not just that it's like, wow, look at all these pedophiles. It's also, look at all these pedophiles with billions of dollars, with so much political influence in career positions where they are either around children, where they are like, I don't know exactly what Timothy Parsons, what specific department he was in at the DOJ, but the DOJ right now that is telling us that, oh, there's simply nothing to do about the entire Epstein associate map here. But, arresting and charging Timothy Parsons means that this government is in fact capable, or the FBI is in fact capable of arresting government officials who are pedophiles. So, yep. He was a legal staffer with the DC U.S. Attorney's Office. I guess I was trying to figure out what cases he had personally worked on. I mean, just the fact that it's the DOJ alone, but of course, this man who's worked for the Department of Justice for years, was found out to be a pedophile. Last night, I heard that Bill Maher is a PDF file, and Hollywood do know about it for a long time. Last night, did you hear it from somebody? Now, I ain't about to level any Bill Maher is a pedophile claims, because that man is that man. He's definitely a creep. He definitely loves to date younger women. I do know that. We've talked about how sus he is for a while now. Yes, it's one of those, you know who Bill Maher is the type of person who's like, I'm not a pedophile, because I'm into girls who are 16 and 17, you know, or like fresh 18-year-olds. It's legal. Like the type of energy where you're arguing constantly for like over age of consent. He's such a creep. Bill Maher's going to take over Last Week Tonight. Don't put that out there. Don't put that out there. Actually, it's ebophilia. Yes, which is something that people who defend pedophiles love to be saying. They always hit you with that. And then I always think of the Gianmarco clip. Yeah. It's totally fine because these guys were abusing women who were 18 or 19 years old, no matter that they were trafficked by Epstein as well. Like, let's not forget about that aspect. Just because a woman is 18 or older doesn't mean that it's fine. Are we forgetting the part of the sex trafficking operation that was at play, is still at play? A bartender said Bill loved coming with different underage black girl sex workers. Wow. Somebody that works as a bartender. Here's what I will say. And again, those are not my claims. Okay? Those are not my claims. Let the record show. Let the record show those are not my claims. But as somebody who worked in nightlife, somebody who worked in the service industry, often that's who has the info. That's who sees shit going on. And there were a lot of nights that I would see celebrities, men who were well into their adult years, who were hitting on girls who were maybe 18. I don't know, because a big thing is promoters will bring girls in who are underage, like definitely under the age of 21, and then they hand out fake IDs to them in the parking lot. And it was always a question of like, is this girl even 18 years old? Fucking crazy. I will never forget when Josh Duhamel, right after he and Fergie were separated / like either they had been in divorce or they were getting divorced, and it had to do with infidelity. This is one of the reasons. I remember he came in the club one night, like total divorced dad energy, and he ended up leaving with this girl who looked really young. And again, maybe they are 18 years old or 19 years old, but there is still problems there. Okay. When you have a man who's 45 who has money and fame and like clear power differential, but this is the area that's hard to, unfortunately, change the culture on. Although granted, you got plenty of people who are straight up defending actual pedophiles. You know, the Michael Tracys of the world. So it's not even like we've all agreed, hey, this thing is bad, because you still got people fighting on that. But it's the larger cultural issues around power differentials, consent, men who it's been, you have the longstanding argument based in biology that men are attracted to much younger women and girls because of biology. Yeah, pay no attention to the fact that a lot of that comes from when it was only men who were like child development specialists working in these fields, where they were the ones producing this research that has obviously been debunked in this modern era, but is still used by a lot of people to justify why some 50, 60-year-old man just has to date a 20-year-old. Why 18-year-old girls are, there's a biological imperative here for a 60-year-old man to be with an 18-year-old girl.
Thank you. Neither of us has very good taste in music. So whenever we're about to make love, I put on a random Spotify playlist. And a couple months ago, I put on an R&B playlist. I was feeling ambitious. And R. Kelly came on.
I've shown this clip so many times.
You've heard the news? And my girlfriend was like, oh, no, we cannot listen to R. Kelly. R. Kelly is a pedophile. And now here's the thing. And just hear me out for 1 second. Technically speaking, R. Kelly is not a pedophile. Just give me 1 second. I promise this goes away. Just hear me out. The term pedophile refers to people who are attracted to those that are prepubescent. Then there's something called a hebophile. That's people who are attracted to those in the early stages of puberty, like 11, 12, 13, 14. And then there's something called an ephebophile. That's people who are attracted to those in the later stages of puberty, like 15, 16, 17, 18. But I think the reason we don't make those distinctions is because it's very hard to explain the difference without sounding like a pedophile.
Yeah. And here's the thing. Okay. There are a lot of men who are attracted to prepubescent girls, but may not necessarily act on it. You know what I mean? So they may be dating an 18-year-old, let's say they're 57 years old, maybe dating an 18-year-old, but that does not mean that they do not, that they don't have some sick personal, I guess, attraction to that prepubescent look. Estimates say it's like 1 out of 10 are attracted and don't act on it, which is insane. Yeah. They would go younger if it was, yes, these are the types of men who, if it were legal, and that's why they're also always arguing about age of consent. And you've got, Republicans who are trying to get rid of age of consent or lower it to 12 years old. And in some cases, they've been successful at lowering the age of consent, and trust that they would absolutely go for even younger. And this is why I always talk about the persistent cultural issues that are at play with how all the conversation around Epstein and his associates is played out, where, like I mentioned, there are still so many men who who believe that it's like a biological imperative to be with a girl who is 18 years old. Like they'll hide behind that. But it's the way that for girls, their youth is so prized. It's why the concept of taking virginity still exists, which is very gross and is very rooted in patriarchal society. This concept that a girl's virginity is so precious. You know, it's like you see these dads and they'll post a TikTok with a gun and it's like protecting my daughter's virginity, that kind of shit. It's the way that something like that with young girls is like the oh my God, what was that deep dive that we did? The purity balls. Yes, the purity culture. Hugh Hefner stained so many people during his life. Yeah, and it's also just how we have such cultural normalization of men dating a lot younger than them. Whereas, you know, in the rare flip around where you have a woman who is in the position of having been the adult who was grooming or molding a young person, such as in the relationship of Aaron Taylor Johnson and his wife. She was in her 40s and he was a teenager when they first met because she was directing a film that he was in. So there's that power difference as well. But people recognize like, ew, that's not good. And all the time, for years, people have called out Sam Taylor Johnson grooming Aaron Taylor Johnson and getting together with him when she was in her 40s and he was a teenager. But that's because that is more rare, and that goes against what is normalized and acceptable, which is men dating, adult men dating teenage girls. Aaliyah was 14 years old when she was with R. Kelly. Yeah, like pretty much every major rock star in the 70s who just had a 14-year-old girlfriend who was, their parents just kind of went, yep. I mean, this got brought up when Priscilla, the film, came out, and it did depict Priscilla being 14 years old when she met Elvis for the first time. Steven Tyler had a 14-year-old who girlfriend, which I don't even he had a 14-year-old. So many of them. So many. Like, it was just incredibly normal and acceptable. And even though today there would be more backlash and hopefully legal involvement if a 50-year-old man is found to be with a 14-year-old girl, or just, not even 50, like an adult male with a child. But also we're seeing how, with the reality of the Epstein files being as clear as day and nothing being done about it. Right. With this government, I don't know. You ever listen to the lyrics of Don't Stand So Close to Me as the singer is a teacher who's trying to stave off one of his high school students' sexual advances, but he really doesn't want to. Ew. Gross. A lot of this stuff has to come from the fact that these men are insanely rich and just have very strange life experiences compared to the normal person. So they develop these crazy ideas that they can do these kinds of things. Definitely not giving them a pass, just trying to understand how people get like this. Well, no. Here's what you need to understand. This is not just men who are rich and famous. It's just that when men are rich and famous, there's a bigger spotlight there. It tends to be something that people pay attention or are aware of because of the element of fame. Like, we are a celebrity obsessed culture. We, so much news revolves around celebrities and celebrity culture. So it's not just something that men who have a ton of money or are part of the famous elite world are committing these kinds of actions. Oh, yeah, David and that poor kid. Yeah, I mean, that's ongoing right now, them investigating him. I love that we're having these convos now. Weird fact, age gaps are demonstrably traumatic to the woman, even if she's older or younger. Being bummy, your daughter harms them long term. Yeah, I mean, I get that sometimes people do the problematic age gap, and I think some people mean it as a joke, but some people don't, and it doesn't really pertain to the situation that they're saying that is a problematic age gap. But there is the huge reality that these age gaps often with the older adult man and younger woman exist because of how our culture and society has shaped itself around allowing young girls to be, allowing children to be used by adults, and living in a patriarchal world that dictates men are allowed to do these things, especially men with power, especially men who are at the top. And children are they're just commodified. They are objects for pleasure, for commodification, for whatever means other than just getting to be children. There was this TikTok creator that made a comment saying that patriarchy unchecked is pedophilia. Profound, really. And yeah, I mean, so much of this comes from the cultural belief that women's value is in their youth, and also, of course, beauty. But like beauty and value are attributed to that youth. So a girl who is 16 years old, her value being in that she is 16 years old, that she is she's a child, but that has never meant she is afforded the protections in this world for being a child. It means that she is viewed as having value because of her youth. If you're under 18, American society basically treats you like your property, which I think normalized behavior. Speaking of, I mean, girls were sold off, still are, but that was a very that's what the that's the patriarchal constructs of marriage. The way that girls were literally just sold off for whatever, money, land, cattle, the concept of the dowry. Yeah. Alliances. That Lil Wayne clip talking about having his daughter at 15 still haunts me. Lil Wayne had his daughter when he was 15. Oh my God. Singer David confirmed his target. Yep. This is from a week ago. So he has not been charged. And I believe that they are trying to get all their ducks in a row to have this be essentially as much of a slam dunk. So he is the target of a grand jury investigation. into the apparent murder of a 14-year-old girl. His name was Celeste, whose remains were found in his car in September. The filings were released after David's family were summoned by a California court to testify before the grand jury. He has not been charged or officially named as a suspect in the case, and an indictment has not been announced. Grand jury proceedings remain ongoing. David has not commented on the case, but his representatives previously said he was cooperating with police. This poor child, she was failed by so many people. Yeah, so that's what's going on here. And I know people keep being like, has he not been charged? Why has he not been arrested? And again, I think that they're really trying to get all their, as much evidence lined up. And they absolutely believe that it's him. And all signs from just kind of an outside perspective point to him being the him being the culprit here. It's important to note that the court system takes forever in practice, but it seems like there's a preponderance of evidence, so it's just up to time at this point. Yeah. Americans don't believe that their children should have autonomy and some kind of independence. I'm Black, as you know. My upbringing was very isolated. I got told constantly, I brought you into this world and I can take you out. That to me says you don't really give a shit about me. Yeah, so there's definitely that in American culture, how kids turn 18 and we just, expect them to be full adults and be off on their own. And then you go over to, say, Europe, and you see how these are, families that all live together. You've got the grandparents, you've got parents, you've got the kids, even when they are into their 20s. Like, there's just much more of that cohesive family unit. There's no like somebody turns a certain age and then boop, that's it, you're gone. Never to return. Go off into society. You don't really have the in American culture, the kind of multi-generational household, unless, we're talking about immigrant communities, people who that's how they culturally view family. And go off and make money. Yes, go off, make money, and good luck. The other thing I will say is that it's not just how American families have internalized that, but on top of it, there's also there's also, of course, the differences in who gets to be a child and who doesn't. When you are Black or brown in this country, when you come from an impoverished background, when you are, say, a lot of the girls who were targeted and preyed on by Epstein and Maxwell and their world, those were children who had their childhood stripped from them, either due to the way that society treats them, or due to issues that happened in their homes. A lot of these girls who were already victims of abuse, usually by those closest to them, by the time they ended up in Epstein's world. Yeah, if you are poor, if you are Black or brown, the intersections here of class and race, and how that further strips children of their right to be children. The way that the media loves to report on child prostitutes, still putting the onus on children who are being exploited sexually, or the way that they call Black boys, often will refer to them as men. It's like, oh, this child who was killed by the cops, this black child who was killed by the cops, but you wouldn't know from the way the media reported on it that he was a child. Yeah, a young man, an 8-year-old man. Politicians keep using the term young women, and it's like, no, they were children. Yeah, and I think obviously in the when you look at the victims of Epstein and his associates, there were some who were over the age of 18. There were some who were under the age of 18. And I think there's kind of just been this young women label that's been used broadly. I do think it's important to be like using the word child to reinforce, to emphasize the you would think like you understand how heinous these crimes are, but like just to get people to fully understand how these were girls that were targeted. And a lot of times too, they were groomed when they were teenagers, when they were minors, and then got to a point where they were in their 20s, but they had been exploited and groomed and abused for years. So a lot of these people who are trying to lessen the seriousness of Epstein's operation, they keep trying to point to survivors of Epstein who were in their 20s, where, again, still victims of sex trafficking, okay? Still victims of abuse. That doesn't change just because they are of quote unquote legal age. But also a lot of them were teenagers when they were initially targeted, when they were, had Maxwell or Epstein or whoever else set their sights on them and then groomed them. It's like, sure, by the time, I don't know, like they either reported something to the police or just the age that they were being what's been reported on by the media, no matter what, they are still victims, but also keeping in mind that a lot of them were groomed for years. So being 21, like by the time when Virginia Giuffre got out, when she went to Thailand to go train as a masseuse, and that was her excuse to try to get away from them, she was 19 years old. So she was of legal age, but she had been groomed for a few years at that point. When they first saw her, she was 16 years old working at Mar-a-Lago, and Ghislaine Maxwell walked up to her, and that was that. This is why the rich/powerful are destabilizing governments around the world. Many e-victims are from post-Soviet countries that were still developing after the USSR broke apart. Yeah, that's another part of it, is how many of the girls didn't speak English, came from another country, came from a situation where they were incredibly desperate and vulnerable, like just so many degrees of vulnerability. I think about that. So recently, y'all, I was at a karaoke club, and at the end of, just a karaoke spot, I was doing karaoke with my friends. And at the end of the night, suddenly the police came in. And for a second, I thought that it was ICE, like they were going through these karaoke rooms, hunting down immigrants. But what it was is that they were there to try and bust any of these, try to bust any rooms where this trafficking was going on. Now, we were at a karaoke spot where it doesn't happen. Wait, were you with Leslie? I wasn't with Leslie, but I found out that she was in the room next to us. Did she tell that story? Yeah, this is like a karaoke spot where none of this shit happens, and that's why we go to this place. And I found out that Leslie and some people were in one of the rooms at this karaoke bar. Okay, so anyway, so they come in and they separate the women from the men, and the men stay in the room, and then they take us women into another room, and they're not saying anything, but I know exactly what was happening once I realized, like, okay, it wasn't ICE. Oh, they're trying to bust a potential trafficking operation here. And so we're sitting in a room, and they started pulling in women from other rooms, and they're just sitting there. And so I'm explaining to everyone what's happening. And I can see the female officer who's in charge of guarding us, like, at the door, and she's kind of nodding along. And then, this girl I know comes in, and she's like, y'all, yeah, she's like, don't worry, you guys, they're just trying to see if we're fucking hookers. And the cop is like mad that my friend says this. I'm like, well, I mean, she points to me and she goes, well, she was explaining it. I said, well, yeah, that's just kind of a crude way of what I was explaining, but it's essentially, yeah, that they are trying to verify if we actually know these guys or if we are here for sexual purposes. And the reason I know this too, not just because of understanding sex trafficking, but because when I worked for 1 week in karaoke clubs, I came to understand that that's what this world absolutely can be. It's not always the case that karaoke club hostesses are caught in sex trafficking operations, but a lot of times it is. And I found that out in a real rough way when I spent 1 week working as a karaoke club hostess. And the way that it was pitched to me is I had just moved to Los Angeles. I needed a side job. And this was before I started working in clubs. So I was like finishing up my political work from Chicago, was doing some other side jobs. And I met these guys and they said, hey, we are starting a new company and we need hostesses. And I was like, great. I've worked as a waitress. I'm an entertainer. And they're like, yeah, you just basically host karaoke parties. And I was like, oh, okay, that sounds easy enough. And they were like, yeah, you can make it's $40 an hour. It's like, oh my God. I mean, that was astronomical. $40 an hour? Holy shit. So I remember the first night they were like, yeah, just meet at this Denny's parking lot and then we'll all go to the clubs together. And I was like, okay, get in a literal white rapist van. Not kidding you. I see this van and I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm in my little shitty Toyota car in the parking lot. And so the way they explain it is they're like, we'll go from club to club. And when you get in, they'll tell you rooms that are available for like hosts. So you basically go, and if you get picked to be the hostess, then just text us, let us know. And then it's like it's like $40 and no. Here's what it was. It's $120 an hour. This is what I found out too. It's $120 an hour, but they took 2/3 of it. They took $80 and then we got $40 an hour. So I remember I get dropped off at the first club. I'm like, okay. And we go into this like waiting area. No good story I've ever started at the Clark Street Denny's. This was a Denny's in K-Town. So I think it was on like Western Avenue. So I go and there's there's a bevy of young women, and they're all dressed, like you would at a Miami nightclub, not how you would dress for a karaoke club. And I could immediately see the different groupings. It's like, okay, here's the Korean girls, here's the Chinese girls, here's the Russian girls, here's the Ukrainian girls, like literally every color of the rainbow. And then there's me. And so I remember going into the first room and I was like, what is happening here? This situation's very Yakuza. And we go in, and so like sometimes they would just straight up ignore you and you're like, oh, okay. Like, that's fine. Sometimes they would go literally just point to you, be like, okay, I guess it's me. I'm now the hostess of this room. This feels very dehumanizing to just be pointed at. So I would learn that sometimes you'd go into a room and the men would only want Korean girls who were from Korea, like hardly spoke English. Then you'd go into a room and they might prefer Russian girls. So the reason that I didn't last long was because, one, I already was going, this is really sketchy. This is very sus. I think there's some shit going on here, or I could see the possibility of it being like illegal and like in the world of trafficking, which I understood more later because I was 24 years old at the time, fresh in Los Angeles, or I was 23, fresh in Los Angeles, and I was like, oh, I don't know. So it was after I got assaulted and I punched this guy in the face. That was my final straw, because what I realized too is these men expect that when you are the hostess of the room, that they can just violate you, that you will sit on their lap, that you will kiss them, that you will do like whatever. They can just grab you, they can touch you. And so I got out. And luckily I was able to get out, and I kind of think back on that time and I'm like, how many of those women didn't have that ability, whether because they needed the money, whether because they were like, for the reasons that we have talked about, say in the Epstein case here. I just wonder with some of those women, what their situations were, where they are now. And if like, I just wonder, what bad happened to them, which just is heartbreaking to think about. And for me, it's like, I thought this was just a hostess job. I tried it. I realized no. And I was able to leave. And I was also able to, and that final night, like, protect myself. And then I remember I went and told one of the guys who works at the club what happened. I was like, I'm fucking out of here. So anyway, why did I start talking about that? So I, for a long time, could not go into karaoke clubs in Koreatown, certain ones, because I would have flashbacks. And as I got older, I realized just how insidious this shit was. And it was hard for me. Like, I would have these flash memories, and I would just be like, I don't want to be here. But this place that I went to, which is not that kind of place at all, when the cops came in and when I realized what was happening, it just kind of all brought me back to years and years ago when I, for less than a week, was involved in what absolutely, I'm sure, was a situation where a lot of women were not there out we're not there like truly consensually. And anyway, so what they did was too, they had us wait in the room. They were like, do you have do you have ID? Do you speak English? And there were some girls in there who didn't speak English and they were really scared. And I don't know what their situation was, but that's just like a scary thing to be experiencing. And then with the guys, with my friends in the room, they kept asking them like, how do you know these girls? And half of them, like half our group are couples. So they literally like pulled up their phones and showed, yeah, she's my phone screen. That's my girlfriend. She's the person on my screen. But I remembered too, when I worked in clubs, that they would tell us when you get in the room, get the number of the person that you're with and send them a text and be like, hey, what you guys doing? And I realized later that was because in case the cops do come in, that's proof showing, oh, no, we all know each other. We're all friends. Like, we're all just here hanging out. Nothing illicit, nothing, no sex in exchange for money happening here. Note to self, karaoke at home. Yeah, I mean, karaoke can be very fun, but there's also, like with a lot of things, the seedier side to it. This is the kind of shit you don't forget no matter how brief it was. 5 hours can feel like a lifetime depending on what's happening. Yeah, and also considering my final night and like the reason that I finally bounced was because I literally got assaulted and had to fight this drunk, incredibly drunk man off of me. And it is something where, I don't know, like you get older, and as I've been really just talking a lot about all the Epstein shit and trying to kind of explain how culturally where we are at, where we've been, always been, and why this is the reality. It is like, oh my God, as a woman, you just realize how many situations in your life, especially when you're younger, you're just exposed and exploited. And if you make it through in as close to one piece as you can, it feels like you're lucky. It does. It feels like not just lucky. Obviously, for me, I was in a situation where I had resources, right? Like this was not something that I had to keep working in this job or else, I was going to be on the streets. Like I was fine. Like I've always been, even when I was in my broke era, I have always been still in a privileged financial position with a family that is a support system for me, versus like a lot of girls who do end up trapped and in these exploitative situations. This is true, and even making it through, often than not, there was still some kind of exploitation happening, for sure. I mean, and even with the family I was born into, the environment that I grew up in, still like it had to deal with so much shit, and was just. I remember being a child, and adult men would cross the street to tell me how much they loved China. To be like, you're so beautiful, you Oriental little girl, come with me. Straight up, these men would cross the street. I remember my little sister one time, she'd been taking the Greyhound, I think, to visit a friend of hers, and there was a guy who sat down next to her, and he basically was like propositioning her, and she goes, I'm I think she was like 16 or 17, tells him that thinking that that's going to cause him to go bye-bye. And he was like, that's okay. Oh, seriously. And then, oh my God, I saw this TikTok. I don't know if you guys have seen, I don't know if this is a TikTok thing where basically young people do a trauma dump candy salad. I don't know if this is a TikTok format. Have you seen this? It is. Okay. The trauma candy salad, which I had never heard of, was not aware of. It's been a thing for like 2 years. Okay, so I watched this one.
My dad beat my mom in the shower, causing her to take her 3 kids and leave. And I brought the bowl.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I gave my ex $400 to help pay for his insurance, and he didn't pay me back, and then he cheated on me. And I brought the peach rings.
Hi, I'm Greta, and when I was 8, my mom got diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, and I brought the nerd clusters.
Hi, I'm Carol, and when I was 7 years old, I was sent to Alaska to visit my dad for the summer. 2 days in, he abandoned me to go fishing, and I haven't seen him since. And he's currently in jail for drinking and driving, and I brought the Skittles.
Also, Carol, every single time Carol comes back in the video, I'm geared up. I was like, oh God. Oh no, what's Carol gonna drop now?
I'm Hannah, and one time when I was on break at work, this guy followed me out and kept telling me how beautiful I was. And when I told him I was a minor, he said that nobody had to know, and then he kept persisting, and I kept saying no. And then he told me he'd come back for me in a few months, and I brought the high shoes.
Hi, I'm Greta, and my mom is dead, and I brought the sweet tart ropes.
Hi, I'm Carol, and in the same summer that my father abandoned me, my aunt who was on crack had a boyfriend who was also on crack, and he wouldn't let me bathe unless he was in the room watching me. And I brought Jolly Ranchers.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and one time when I was at work again, this creepy old man came and told me that if I wasn't happy with my boyfriend, that he would take me out back and I could give him a BJ, as if that would make my life better. And I brought the nerd clusters also.
Hi, I'm Greta, and when I was 9 years old, I watched my puppy get run over by the mailman, and when I went to see if she was okay, I saw her eyeball that had come outside of her skull. And I brought the Sour Punch Bites.
Hi, I'm Carol, and when I was in 1st grade, I was raped by my brother's friend in my own motorhome, and the police did nothing about it, and I brought mini muffins.
Hi, I'm Greta, and when I was in junior high,
You see what I mean with Carol? Every time Carol comes back, I'm like, Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh God, Carol. Carol, baby, get behind me. I know. I'm like, Carol, I am here for you, Carol.
the girl that I thought was my best friend was actually just using me to get closer to my brother. And when she started dating him, she stopped being friends with me, and I had no other friends. And I brought the muffins.
Those aren't muffins.
Hashtag trauma bonded.
Because all of our boyfriends cheated on us with the same girl.
That was supposed to be our friend.
But at least we have a candy salad.
Healthy queen.
We're so healthy.
Carol. Yeah, I will say, like, there is trauma from your shitty, pimple-faced, how a 16-year-old boyfriend cheating on you. And then there's, like, what Carol went through, which I'm like, oh my God. Yeah, I mean, also, this girl here who has a couple instances where she's like, yeah, when I was at work and an old man would basically be like, give me a blowjob, or he'd be like, hey, I wanna fuck you. And she's like, and I told him that I was a minor and he didn't care and he said he would come back. Like, that is also very typical. That is very, very, very typical of being a teenage girl and adult men being like, yeah, that's fine. No one has to know. Or that's okay. Do you have a boyfriend? Do you have a boyfriend? You're so pretty. I'm sure the boys must be lining up. They must be lining up for you. Are you a virgin? Are you a good girl? I don't have a boyfriend, but I do have a Glock. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know how. Okay. This is kind of, I think, maybe the millennial in me where I'm still working through like, I did not grow up where this was something that people were doing, where they were posting their traumatic moments, where like they make this video that's silly, but it's actually really dark. But also maybe this is maybe, you know, it being something that is productive, that can again further contribute to our understanding of like how commonplace this shit is. You know, like it's processing it, but it's also talking about this stuff openly rather than just carrying it with you your entire life, and then you become an adult and you're so deeply damaged. So I do like what we always talk about are the differences between Gen Z and older generations, and how Gen Z talks a lot more about mental health. They talk more openly about abuse, about mental illness, about just trauma. And the hope is that when we identify how culturally wide this shit is, that we can take steps so that this is not the reality, like that it's not normalized, that it's not something that future generations will grow up and these two will be their just commonplace experiences. A few weeks ago, I went to the grocery store for 2 items, and a guy in the parking lot said, "I like the way you look," followed me into the store and around the store, growling and muttering stuff. I will never show fear to the fuckface who's doing this, but I broke down when I got home. Thankfully, I have an amazing husband who I called while I was in the store and helped me when I broke down. I'm so sorry. That is, that's horrible. That's horrible. And it's like, you hear adult women share those stories. You hear adults share those stories. And then you also hear like these girls being on TikTok going, "Hi, my name is Carol, and here is a fucking horrible thing that happened to me as a child." And then follow that up with, "Here's a fucking horrible thing that happened to me as a child as well." And the thing is, Carol is the type of person, like of the 3 of them here, in just kind of identifying that Carol is the girl who someone like Epstein and Maxwell would have set their sights on. Understanding that Carol has already been sexually abused as a child, comes from a lower income background, that she is very vulnerable, and that's the type of person that they would see and go, "Oh, this person has already been deeply, deeply exploited, so we can just continue to exploit them." Caroline, I'm a guy. When I was in high school working at supermarket, I had a coworker who was also in high school. She was 16, and the amount of 50-year-old plus men that tried flirting with her is insane. Yes, and I'm sure that as she got older, and by that, like into her 20s, I don't know how old she is now, that probably lessened and lessened, because she was 16 years old then and a prime target, you know, the ideal target. And I'm sure as a 30-year-old, she experiences less of that, less of creepy old men coming up and preying on her. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah. back in high school, had a girlfriend. She told me some old dude came up to her and was hitting on her and shit and talked about how big her breasts were. Bro, I mean, that's the other thing is like, because of how puberty and development works differently in each person, it's like, oh my God, I remember in high school that the girls who had their periods earlier than most of the rest of us, or were developing earlier. And my God, being a 13-year-old with full breasts and how that must have just been, difficult. The girls that got boobs first. Yeah. It's like, I experienced a special type of creep because I was a little Asian girl, but I don't think I really had boobs until senior year of high school. Junior high, I just didn't have to deal with that. But anyway, okay. Well, let's go. Let's move on and talk about another topic. Let's talk about, let's see. I have lots of stuff. Sometimes I have all this stuff planned and then I talk for an hour and a half. I'm like, oh, okay. All right. Well, actually some good news. In the world of politics, because last night there were some important primaries, as this is a midterm year, and there are primaries that are happening now at the end of the month in the summer. And last night, one of the biggest primaries happened in Texas. You had Jasmine Crockett, who I wonder how the Las Culturistas girlies feel. I wonder how Bowen Yang and Matt Rogers are feeling. I wonder if they feel vindicated or they're like, just keep me the fuck away from this. Keep me away. We had Jasmine Crockett, who had to concede to James Tallarico, who ran up monster numbers per Steve Kornacki's analysis and defeated Jasmine Crockett. And then on top of that, she was replaced by, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on his name. The pastor, Reverend Haynes. Yes, Reverend Haynes, who actually, I think Jasmine Crockett is a congregant at his church. Like she endorsed him because he's her pastor, but this guy rules. This guy is fucking awesome. And I think one takeaway from last night is that being pro-Israel, especially as a Democrat, is not winning you votes. And in fact, I think we can say that unwavering support for Israel is it's a mark against you. And that is good. And then on top of that, we saw that Gavin Newsom clip today where he has flip-flopped yet again. He went from agreeing with Ben Shapiro that what's happening in Gaza is not a genocide. This was literally a couple weeks ago. To now he's saying Israel is an apartheid state. And you should not, the takeaway from that should not be, ooh, Gavin Newsom, super based. He's our guy. Hoorah. The takeaway from that is that Gavin Newsom is looking at what's going on. He is politically shrewd. He is a political chameleon, and he is going with what he sees the Democratic support in, and there is not support for Israel. the majority of people in this country are more sympathetic with Palestinians than Israelis, than with Israel, but especially with Democratic voters. Democratic voters do not want to have candidates, either incumbents or people who are running for the seat, who are sending their tax dollars to Israel. And so I think last night, and also what we're seeing around, Graham Plattner's race, and I don't want to get into I don't need to get into everything, but I think on the topic of Israel, when you have establishment corporate Dems who are funded by AIPAC, who are all about continuing support to Israel, in bombing Iran, bombing Lebanon, etc., and then you have a candidate who's the opposite of that, the winds keep shifting. The winds have shifted and they keep on shifting, and they are shifting away from supporting Israel. I think it proves that Newsom has no core beliefs. Oh yeah. Newsom does not stand for anything other than his own political ambitions, other than what is going to put him in the White House. And so that, to me, is why he's now calling Israel an apartheid state. And it's actually a good thing, not because that means that Gavin Newsom is suddenly morally has a moral conscience here, but because of how that indicates where support is as far as Israel's continued receiving of funds and financial, political support from the Democratic Party. I expect Newsom will have another 4 to 5 different identities before the primaries even start. Yeah. Here, before I play Steve Kornacki talking about the race last night, here is the clip of Gavin Newsom with John Favreau and Tommy Vitor.
Have looked at the Netanyahu regime and felt
sorry, Nikki, thank you for the 30 months. Timmy, thank you for the 16 months that are not. Thank you for the 39. Malo, thank you for the prime. Seattle Green, thank you for the gifted. Blue Light, thank you for the 2 months. B Nguyen, thank you for the 2 months. Crumpets, thank you for the gifted. Mai Tai, thank you for the 14 months. Thank you.
But we don't like the trajectory he's on. It's time to rethink the U.S. relationship with Israel, especially military support.
Well,
where do you
Bibi's
stand?
making that easy right now. Let's talk about that. But the issue of Bibi's interesting because he's got his own domestic issues. He's trying to stay out of jail. He's got an election coming up.
Why is this clip so weirdly filtered?
He's potentially on the ropes. He's got folks, the hard line, that want to annex the West Bank. I mean, Freeman and others are talking about it appropriately, sort of an apartheid state. They couldn't even, we're talking about regime change. For 2 years, they haven't even been able to solve the Hamas question in Israel. So this is, I want to be careful here.
He looks like a Borderlands
so many ways,
villain.
that influence in the context of the conversation of where Trump ultimately landed on this is pretty damn self-evident. And so Rubio may have been saying something else in the context of what he ultimately said in terms of being sort of pulled into some of these things. But I will say this, didn't surprise me in this context. I don't know if it was Napoleon or whoever said about a sword, the only thing you can't use a sword for is sitting on it.
He loves to pull up his historical quotes.
And when you bring 2 aircraft carriers out there and you assemble the kind of military force that Trump did over the last few weeks, it didn't surprise me ultimately they moved that direction.
Do you think, looking down the road, that the United States should consider maybe, rethinking our military support for Israel?
It breaks my heart because the current leadership in Israel is walking us down that path where I don't think you have a choice but that consideration. To say this is in America's interest at a time when affordability is at crisis levels, where you had an administration who literally got elected saying this is exactly the opposite of what they would ever consider doing. The fact that we are in this now regional war, all these proxies.
Also, to be clear, this is still the framing that unfortunately people like Bernie Sanders also consistently engage in, which is to classify the blame here as being that of Netanyahu and his government, as this being a current issue rather than how the government has operated for almost 80 years. This is like the liberal Zionist position. It's still Zionist. It's still Zionist because it's intentional in placing the blame on Netanyahu, the individual, and on Netanyahu's government. So you remove Netanyahu, and they do that too because Netanyahu is a right wing. He's right wing, right? Like this isn't even a guy who is center or on the left, but obviously is super Zionist all the same. He's very right wing. And so that also is why Gavin Newsom, Bernie Sanders, others who will not have the ultimate correct position here on Israel, why they lay the blame on Netanyahu and Donald Trump.
The fact that we, and all the grift and the corruption, that's also marks a huge part of this. And that's a real conversation we need to have, this board of peace. And the peace that the Witkoff family's getting, and the peace that Kushner is getting, and the peace that Trump Jr. is getting.
Yeah, but anywho, I do think that this is classic Gavin Newsom. This is classic Democratic Party establishment guy who is eyeing a presidential run and who is politically shrewd and wants to take the position where he thinks he's going to get the least amount of flack for it, because he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to piss. Yeah, he's positioning himself so that he seems to be the correct moral arbiter here. He will parrot the word apartheid this week and then say trans kids are confused the next. Yeah, and I think the reason that he keeps throwing trans people under the bus, keeps saying like we got to stop with the pronoun stuff, is one, he is surrounded by the types of consultants who write pieces for the New York Times saying that for the Democrats to win, they have to drop the pro-immigrant, pro-trans, pro-Palestine, which is not even the case, shtick, that it's like, this is what's hurting Democrats in elections. And there are plenty of Democratic voters who maybe don't feel that way on Palestine, funny enough, but definitely feel that way about the, identitarianism, we keep losing because we keep talking about trans rights. We keep talking about the trans community, and that's why we're losing our elections. Or like we have to be tougher on the border because that's how the American people feel. So trans people are a very easy target, obviously. Transphobia is very acceptable in liberal spaces as it is in conservative spaces. So I think Gavin is one of these politicians who thinks that he's appealing to a lot of voters by saying enough with focusing on pronouns and trans people. Okay, we got to get to what matters here, which is affordability, which is not the right way to do things, not just from the moral position, from the, hey, everybody should have fucking rights here, but also from the political strategist position. If you look at Zohran Mamdani, if you look at people who have been successful in positioning their campaign around an agenda of affordability, they did not do so at the expense of queer and trans people. When asked about trans rights, on like how he feels on the trans issue, Zohran Mamdani was always clear in his support for trans rights because trans people are members of the working class. Trans people are trying to have health care. They're trying to be able to afford their bills, just like everybody else. So he would always do such a good way of like bringing the conversation back to economic populism, to, you know, affordability, but never doing so in the way that Gavin does, which is to be like, enough with the pronouns, am I right? And he won. Zohran Mamdani went in the span of a year from polling at under 1% to winning the New York mayoral election. And there were a lot of people who voted for him who are not the kind of people that are like on the front lines of fighting for trans rights, but they don't have an issue with someone. They don't have an issue voting for someone who is pro-trans rights when they feel that that is a person whose agenda is about cost of living, that is what they are there to enact policies on, to make everybody's life more affordable, to make, you know, the city that people reside in, trans or cis, you know, whoever you are. And that was incredibly effective messaging and policy.
Welcome back to Meet the Press Now. If it's Wednesday, we have election results. And the first primaries of
Frost
this
in
midterm
Texas,
election
thank
year
you for the Prime.
certainly had
Nikki,
their
thank you for
share
30
of
minutes.
surprises and some confusion as well. The big story coming overnight with NBC News projecting State Representative James Tallarico has defeated Congresswoman
Colin Allred was hardcore anti-trans in Texas, lost by 8.5 points in 2024. Tallarico is pro-trans and even said God is an NB, is the favorite to win the Senate election in November in Texas. I mean, it's going to be a hell of a fight. I would not look at this as, oh, James Tallarico has this in the bag, because a Democrat has not won a statewide race since 1994. So absolutely. I mean, the Republican primary was already the most expensive Senate primary in history. They're going to be pouring so much money into this. That primary hasn't even concluded. They are in a runoff right now. It's also Texas. But what I think James Tallarico at least shows is that, one, voters looked at a guy like him and looked at a candidate like him and thought, this is the person who is best positioned to beat the Republican. They rejected Jasmine Crockett's support for Israel, and also just the fact that like Jasmine Crockett didn't have policies. It was vibes. She was like, hey, vote for me because I'm Jasmine Crockett. And people were like, well, what's your agenda? So James Tallarico can be pro-trans, should be pro-trans, because he is focusing his campaign on positioning billionaires as the antagonistic force here of like other successful progressives who have been winning, talking about affordability. So he is pointing to who the real villain is. The real villain being the billionaires who are in charge of this country, even though nobody put them there, nobody wants them there.
Jasmine Crockett to win the Democratic nomination in the race for U.S. Senate. Crockett conceding the race this morning to the 36-year-old Tallarico, who has won more than 53% of the vote. But we don't know his general election opponent yet. NBC News is projecting that the Republican race between Senator John Kwan
and unfortunately for Jasmine Crockett, she had the final death endorsement, which was Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris coming in the final hour to endorse Jasmine Crockett and putting her in the grave.
And Attorney General Ken Paxton will advance to a runoff on May 26, with neither candidate able to get
the
to
kiss
50%
of death
last night. President Trump, however, clearly not keen on Texas Republicans engaging in a bruising battle ahead of the general election, saying today on social media that he will be making his endorsement in the race soon and that he will be asking the candidate that I don't endorse to immediately drop out of the race. That post coming after both Republicans ripped into each other last night.
I've worked for decades to build the Republican Party, both here in Texas and nationally. I refuse to allow a flawed, self-centered, and shameless candidate like Ken Paxton risk everything we've worked so hard to build over these many years.
For too long,
Love to see
John
this
Cornyn has
this
turned his back
infighting.
on us. For too long, he attacked the border wall by calling it naive and pushed amnesty while our country was being invaded. For too long, he stabbed our president in the back by trying to derail his presidential campaigns and supporting the Democrats' lawfare against the president.
Steve Kornacki joins me from his home away from home, the big board. Steve, great to see you. So you and I were up late last night. Hope you got a few hours of sleep. Tell us how he did it. How did James Tallarico pull off his primary victory? And what does that tell us about Tallarico's potential chances in a general election? Reminder, folks, a Democrat hasn't won a Senate race in more than 3 decades in Texas.
Yeah, a couple things I think went into this, Kristen. First of all, you see here, I think you start right around Tallarico's political base here, which is in the Austin area, Travis County, right outside of it, too. You saw him run up monster numbers there, get monster turnout to go along with that. And I think that was part of a pattern that you saw throughout the state last night, which is the voters in particular who powered him around Austin and in some other pockets of the state, a lot of white, college-educated, sort of white-collar professional voters. We've talked about that demographic
He also
becoming
did very
more and more
well
Democratic
with
nationally,
Hispanic voters,
being
which is what
highly
he needed
engaged
to
in the
do.
Trump era, extremely anti-Trump, very motivated to turn out and vote. That demographic really got behind Tallarico. It delivered big numbers from around his base in Austin, but it also allowed him to make some incursions up here. This is the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. A ton of votes came out of here. You do see this was Crockett winning in Dallas County. That's the...
It's also funny because basically this is now positioned as okay, so Christianity being at the center here, and you have the side of Christianity being a death cult. Let us use scripture to enforce why we should be allowed to kill people. Why we should be allowed to strip rights away from human beings. And then you have the side of Christianity as informing political beliefs that are pro-human rights, that are fighting against billionaires. You have the, Christian fascism versus Christian... why I'm a progressive, Jesus would have been a socialist. You've got these two sides here because James Tallarico is the son of a Baptist preacher. He talks a lot about his spirituality, uses scripture to inform his progressivism. And then Reverend Hayes, who's a reverend, and he's a guy that on October 8th delivered a very powerful speech that correctly identified Israel as an apartheid state. And he's another person who won last night and is a clear shoe-in for the general in November. He's the CEO of Rainbow/Push after Jesse Jackson. Yeah, Jesse Jackson, one of the last people that he promoted, endorsed was Reverend Hayes.
Where her district is, but right outside Dallas, north of Dallas in Collin County, Denton County, you see Tallarico was able to make pretty big incursions in Crockett's backyard, again, powered by that sort of, white suburban vote that really turned out in droves, turned out for him. And the ultimate difference maker for him, I think, was in South Texas here, heavily Hispanic areas. He beat Crockett, 2-1. He beat her by 30 points in county after county here. So all of that, I think, added up to the difference that you see right here. What kept Crockett in it was
praying that we get another Reverend winning with Ray in LA. So I actually just had a call with Ray's team yesterday, which is very funny because I had flashbacks to when I worked in politics. I was like, oh my God, I'm here again. But the reason, I'm getting involved on this campaign because this is the city that I live in, and I do believe that Ray Huang is a great candidate to go up against Karen Bass and the establishment. And I was talking to her team specifically about what my strengths are and where I think I can be of service. And I was saying that one thing to really focus on here is Ray talking about this fucking Ellison merger, because Los Angeles is the home of the entertainment industry. There are a lot of people who live in this city who, with the rising cost of living, the decline in work, in production opportunities, is really a 1-2 punch. And I personally have had a lot of friends who have trickled out of the city over the last 5 years, and even more friends who work in the business who are very, very concerned constantly in regards to their careers and their future prospects. Nithya Raman is being pushed hard. I know Nithya Raman has entered the race, and I am on Nithya Raman, and I am on Ray Huang right now. So unless if like Ray comes out, once she reveals her full policy agenda, then we'll have a better idea. But I am Team Ray right now, and I was like, I think one thing that we can do here that I can be a part of is, say, sitting down with California's AG, sitting down with people who work in the entertainment business and want to know that they are that there is a person here who is going to be fighting to not just make life more affordable in Los Angeles, but to fight for one of the biggest industries that we have in the city, and that is entertainment. And I think with the proliferation of artificial intelligence, with these mergers that are happening, with just everything going on, a lot of people are feeling quite concerned. And I told them too, I was like, look, a lot of eyes are going to be on Los Angeles politics, as well as just the state of California. And we are a very different city from New York City. A lot of people's concerns in Los Angeles, of course, are shared by those in New York, as are shared by people across this country. But I think but that's why, like, I kept focusing on this strategy here in addressing the specific concerns in the film industry, because of how many people who live in LA work or have family that works in the industry. Finally, the Kwan Pain Force is coming in strong. Yes. And they have an event coming up that I think I'm going to try and participate in. So anyway, yeah. Why did I bring... Oh, somebody mentioned Ray. Yes. Reverend Ray Huang.
The black vote. All of the counties that you see here, just about all of the counties you see here for Crockett, significant black population there. She clearly won the black vote overwhelmingly in this primary.
Well, it's just fascinating to see that turnout. And of course, your point about Hispanics, Steve, that could very well be a big determining factor once we get to the general election. Let me ask you about some of the House races, though.
Also, there are 40 people who are running for mayor right now. 40 candidates. It is a crowded race. And right now, you've got Karen Bass, who's obviously the incumbent. You've got Nithya Raman, who's got a lot of name recognition because she's a city council member, and one that I think people, if you haven't really been paying close attention, still think that she's like a progressive queen. So I could see them voting for her because they're like, oh, Nithya, yeah, wait, she's progressive, she's cool. Israel's backed Nithya. Yeah. Nithya has some really, really problematic positions, as well as actions that she has taken that are very much not progressive, very much not to the left. And then there's also Lindsay. Oh no, Lindsay Horvath is not running. Then there's like tech entrepreneurs and rich business people. Spencer Pratt is running. Never forget about him. So I think right now the biggest threats are Karen Bass, Nithya Raman, and Spencer Pratt. Just kidding. No, I don't think Spencer Pratt is. I don't think he's a serious threat in the race. I can see Spencer Pratt probably dropping out.
What were some of your biggest takeaways from the House races, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, scary night for incumbents in Texas and probably incumbents nationally saying, you know, what's the atmosphere going to be like when primaries come to their state? You already have one who's gone down. Dan Crenshaw, Republican here in the Houston suburbs.
Is anybody in LA not running for mayor?
This was the only House Republican incumbent in Texas not endorsed by Donald Trump. And boy, did it show in the results. Crenshaw losing to Steve Toth. By the way, the part of this district that really did Crenshaw in is right here. This is Montgomery County. No county in America delivered a bigger plurality to Donald.
You know, I was not paying attention to this at all, and it wasn't until I saw that Dan Crenshaw got crushed, and I went, "Oh, damn! Okay, I didn't even know he was at risk, let alone that he got crushed." I guess that's it for him for now.
Trump in 2024 than this county. So arguably the most pro-Trump big county in America sides against the one candidate not endorsed by Trump, incumbent in Texas. You go look in the 18th district here, two Democratic incumbents squaring off against each other. It is going to go to a runoff. A bit of a surprise here. A lot of folks thought that Al Green, longtime incumbent, was the underdog here against Christian Menifee, who was just elected 5 weeks ago. They are going to go to a runoff. There will be an incumbent, obviously, who will lose there. How about this one? Colin Allred, Democrat who used to be a House member, coming back, running against the Democrat who took the seat that he vacated, Julie Johnson. This is going to go to a runoff, but Allred leading preliminarily, double-digit margin over Johnson. There's an incumbent who's in big danger there in the runoff. Another incumbent in big danger, Tony Gonzalez, headed towards a runoff. There's been a scandal involving Gonzalez lately. He finishes behind Brandon Herrera in the preliminary. And then you take a look over even in North Carolina here. Here's an incumbent.
So this is a really exciting thing. Nida Alam, who we've been talking about the past week, and it all started with Clay Aiken. She has faced millions of dollars in spending by AIPAC and pro-AI groups, so tech companies. They have poured money into trying to make her lose. And despite that, this is an incredibly close race, and they have to obviously count, you know, they're tallying early votes and mail-in voting. She almost has she hasn't lost yet. It's pronounced Nida. I don't think so. Last I checked. Oh wait, she did concede. Oh, that was earlier today. Sorry, my bad. I checked this morning. And then I did a bunch of stuff this afternoon, and I did not recheck. So sorry. Nida has conceded, but God, was it close. These are not the results we hoped for. I'm proud of the movement we've built, the voices we've lifted up, and the journey we have ahead. In her announcement, She noted that Fushi benefited from millions in outside spending from a variety of PACs, including one aligned with an artificial intelligence company. Does anyone else feel like we keep having these races that are historically the most expensive race, like congressional Senate race in this state's history, or like in history in general? And that has to do with fucking AIPAC. So many races over the last 2 years that have had historical amounts of spending, and that is due to AIPAC going hard as fuck on people who are critical of Israel. And then also AI companies that are pouring tens of millions of hundreds of millions of dollars into these midterms. Dark money is as big as it's ever been. According to the AI lobby just bought their first seat in Congress, but despite their millions in last-minute spending, corporate lobbies were only barely able to eke out a win because of the movement this campaign has built. Like, I think AIPAC and AI have also AI companies are pouring millions. No, not millions. Sorry, that's an overexaggerated. Well, not yet. But there was, I think it was AIPAC that just poured money into Illinois 9, which is Kat Abou-Ghazaleh's race. So I'm sure in the next couple of weeks, because that primary is on the 17th, I'm sure they're going to put even more money. According to unofficial results, Fushi led Alam by about 1,200 votes, which is less than 1% margin of victory. That's wild. If that margin held as outstanding provisional mail ballots were counted, Alam could have requested a recount. Instead, she appears to have decided to let the results stand. This year's race was a rematch for the two women who first faced off in 2022 in what became the most expensive Democratic congressional primary in the state's history. During that race, Fushi's support for Israel and her acceptance of funding from AIPAC became a major point of contention. And she's become increasingly critical of Israel's attacks on Gaza. And this year, she pledged not to accept AIPAC funding. She's like, as soon as this race is over, I promise that I won't, I will not accept any more AIPAC funding. Just as soon as we get our W here. The Newsom strat. In the days ahead, the incumbent has a responsibility to half this district to earn their support, Alam said. It should not take being challenged in a primary to take bold stances that voters overwhelmingly support. But I'm proud that our movement pushed our incumbent to better reflect our deeply held values and convictions. It's up to us as an entire district to demand that our representative deliver on her promises. And what I will say is, I think the positive takeaway from this is, one, that there was a lot of support for Nida Alam, and she was one of the only candidates who released an ad that was explicitly anti the bombing of Iran, the war, illegal war in Iran. It was a very close race. What we see happen here is that when you have candidates to the left of incumbents, that it forces them to scramble. Now, do I think that Valerie Fushi is actually about to be like a pro-Palestine baddie? No. But this forced her to answer constituents surrounding her support on AIPAC, and her saying, I am not going to take any more AIPAC money. Now that's something that she has to be and should be held to. And that's how that's how you push establishment Dems to the left. When we talk about electoral politics, is you have people in who are serious challengers, and it forces them to have to come up with responses to issues that the voters are more and more shifting away from the establishment on. So, anywho, that is a disappointing loss, obviously, but I think there's some positive takeaways here.
Valerie Foushee, two-term incumbent. She is ahead by 1,200 votes, 1% over her challenger, a Sanders-backed progressive insurgent. Scattering of votes left here. You see, we don't have.
And that is why we should not be pledging our unequivocal support to someone like Gavin Newsom 2.5 years out from the fucking presidential election. Okay. It is 2026. We don't even have the field of candidates yet. Gavin Newsom hasn't officially started running. We know that man is running, but we're 2.5 years out and we're already seeing that Gavin, who is a political chameleon, who is reading the tea leaves, who is looking at the polls, who is looking at these races, that he's a flip-flopper. Now, does that mean that's someone who you can entrust to produce, once they're in office, their campaign pledges and promises and policies? But if Gavin is going to be the guy, then right now is the time to be pushing to the left as we are having these takeaways from last night's primary elections and the ones that are coming up. He's not that guy. I mean, I'm just saying that as far as blue MAGA people who are like, no, it's going to be Gavin. If Gavin ends up being the one who's in the position. Okay. But before we get to that, do you not see how this is not something that we should be already signing our votes away on when there's absolutely room here to force Gavin Newsom to take more leftist positions? And again, do I trust that dude? Fuck no. Are you going to cover who's running for California governor? You make the politics digestible and understandable, so I truly appreciate what you do. Yeah, I am. I do feel as if it's a race that I will be obviously paying attention to, maybe getting involved on, because this is the state that I live in. That's how I feel too about the mayoral election that I've already gotten involved with. Also, thank you. Have you seen the recent Cori Bush Breakfast Club interview, which talks about AIPAC? I'm hopeful about her return to politics, but still really frustrated that despite her and Jamal Bowman both being incumbents, the DNC hung them out to dry against historic millions in pro-Israel PAC spending, showing none of the deference that they're showing people like Foushee. Yeah, I saw a couple clips from that. Of course they were hung out to dry, and I think what happened with them is they were unfortunately some of the earlier races here where public sentiment has shifted, but it's shifted a lot more now than it did when they were running for re-election. They also did go up against historic levels of spending. And it doesn't always work. And that's why it's like, hey, don't be disillusioned. Don't be discouraged if there is a race that AIPAC is pouring a godsome amount of money into, because sometimes they lose, right? You look at Rashida, you look at Ilhan, you look at Summer Lee, like AOC. There are people who have not just stayed alive, but are very popular in their districts. And they are some of the most hardcore anti-Zionists in, some of them are hardcore. They are some of the loudest anti-Zionist pro-Palestine voices in Congress. So I think Cori, I think she's someone that I would love to see back in office, obviously. And I think there were some, I just think there were some things about her race and when it happened that I wonder now if it would have been different outcome. I mean, look, I'm all about Rashida and Ilhan.
Have a check mark. We haven't called it yet, but Fushi may have done just enough to survive there, but certainly not enough if you're an incumbent looking on nationally saying, how's the atmosphere? It can be tough for an incumbent right now.
Yeah, incumbents undoubtedly very jittery when they see those results. Steve, thank you so much. It was great to be up late with you watching all of the results come in last night. Great to see you as always.
Always fun to do it. Thanks, Kristen.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay up.
Okay, here is the clip that a lot of people have been passing around. Where is it? This right here. This is who is replacing Jasmine Crockett in her district.
Or we get in trouble. Well, I'm coming to get in trouble. Israel, and I'm going to quote Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter says that Israel is engaging in apartheid with Palestinians. And so the Palestinians who don't have the weaponry of Israel, the Palestinians don't have the financial backing from the United States that Israel has. And so they throw their rocks and shoot their arrows, and Israel is able to bomb them and kill them. Watch in the news the disparity between Palestinians being killed and Israelis being killed. It is totally unfair, but this country is going to stand on the side of apartheid because that's its track record. It stood by apartheid in South Africa because it created apartheid in this country.
Woo! That was October 8th, mind you. He delivered that powerful preacher sermon, pastor sermon, the day after October 7th. And he just won handily in the district that Jasmine Crockett evacuated, that she gave up in order to run for Senate. And he is pretty much a shoo-in to win in the general. So he will be the next congressman from district Reverend Hayes district. What is District 30? Yeah. And his campaign didn't even focus, to my understanding, it didn't even focus that heavily on Israel and Palestine. And instead, he was like, hey, I'm going to focus on issues that are what people in this district care about: cost of living, voting rights, what Trump is doing with ICE. But he was so like staunch in his in his moral approach to Israel and Palestine from the get-go. And that's the thing. It's like there are a lot of people in this country who they care about Israel and Palestine in a way that's not just the kind of moral issue, like the morality of it, but why are we spending so much money? Why is so much of American politics at a local, state, and federal level captured by the Israeli state? I don't fucking care about Israel when it's like I can't afford my bills. I have ICE coming into my community and kidnapping my neighbors. Why the fuck do I hear my politicians going on and on and on about supporting Israel? Why are they starting another war in the Middle East? Enough is enough. And that's how, as somebody running for office, you need to get in there and talk on the things that people care about, which doesn't mean it doesn't mean throwing the Israel and Palestine issue under the bus. it means acknowledging that it's not just the clear moral position to have being supporting the liberation of an oppressed people, but redirecting things back around to say, hey, do you see how these guys do not give a fuck about the American people? They do not care that your tax dollars are being spent to bomb children in the Middle East. It's like the way that Reverend Haynes didn't spend the whole focus of his campaign on Israel, and instead emphasized issues that voters really care about. And I hope you understand what I mean by when I say care about. We just talked about the shift that has happened in the public, especially in with Democratic voters, away from being sympathetic to Israel and towards being sympathetic to Palestine. But it's that you further show how American political leaders are bullshitting, are speaking out of their asses when they pretend to care about the American people because they're too busy spending all their time and energy advocating for Israel's right to wreck the Middle East, and as they do so alongside them. My center-left lib dad tried to convince me that the Dems are just acting as if they favor Israel when they actually don't because they have to in order to win. I think he was specifically referencing Eric Swalwell. Okay, no, there are definitely Democrats like Joe Biden who are lifelong Zionists. All right, Joe Biden loves Israel, loves Zionism. He was doing that shit for free. Like he was doing that shit when even presidents in the past had exercised their power. Like as the president of the United States, the most powerful person in the world, Joe Biden was readily handing it over to Netanyahu, to Israel. But then, yes, there are, okay, so Israel for a long time was an issue that as a member of the American Congress, you stayed silent on, or you full-throatedly supported the state of Israel, the Zionist project. And it was so like somebody running for office would be advised to stay away from that topic. It's like if you don't have anything nice to say about Israel, if you're going to be critical of Israel, don't. Like just don't say anything if you're not going to support Israel. But that is what has been changing. And so Democrats right now, they are caught in this space where forever the safe political position has been support for Israel. You stay away from any criticism. But that's been changing. And so what we're seeing already are in these primary elections and primary and generals that supporting Israel, it's changed from being the safe position to have to actually being politically disastrous. Hey, I caught you live. Love seeing you with Matt Bernstein. Hey, Devil's Advocate, welcome in. He wasn't being blackmailed by Israel. He was just doing it because he's doing it for the love of the game, and the game being, I love Zionism. Joe tells a story of him and his dad and how he asked his dad about being a Zionist, and his dad said, you don't have to be Jewish to be a Zionist. And that's when the light bulb went off, and Joe was like, oh, yeah. Oh, great. Well, that's me. This is also why I subbed. You were so good on those episodes. Thank you. Gary, thank you for the 42 months. Your friend Tito, thank you for the 9 months.
I recognize.
Okay. We talked about Newsom. We talked about okay, let's look at this fucking crazy ass moment that took place in the Capitol today. This is something that I know it sounds crude, and I obviously, don't want this Marine veterans the humiliation that he experienced and the physical assault that he was victim of. Like, I'm not trying to cynically weaponize this, but this is genuinely something that people who are running to unseat these candidates, and yes, this is Tim Sheehy, who's a Republican, that they should be going, hold on a second. Y'all pretend to care about veterans? Y'all pretend that these are our heroes who we should be respecting, who we should be honoring. And this motherfucker broke this veteran's arm when he was protesting, a guy who's had, who signed up to serve his country and is now an anti-war protester. And he was physically assaulted by Capitol Police and a U.S. senator who broke his arm. I mean, the thing is like, if you don't have Democrats, like, Democrats need to be denouncing this. They need to be decrying this, because what the fuck are we doing here? We're breaking arms of veterans who are protesting illegal wars? Okay, anyway, this is a very brutal clip because you can hear the sound of his arm breaking, so just FYI.
Does not want to fight this war for Israel. Let's go. Come on, let's go. America does not want to send its sons and daughters to war for Israel. Your inability to name that shows your exemptness as leaders. This is wrong. And nobody wants to.
Also, that so his name is Brian McGinnis, and he is running as a Green Party candidate in North Carolina's Senate race.
Fight for Israel. Commandant, please stand up as a Marine.
He's in his uniform.
For America.
But here comes this loser, Tim Sheehy.
No one wants to fight for Israel.
Sir, thank you for your service.
Sir, thank you for your service, but please, oh my God. Sir, thank you for your service, but get the fuck out of here or we're going to break every bone in your body.
His hand. The senator broke his hand. Please help him.
He's a Marine. Somebody come help him.
Control your Senate committee.
Look at you guys. You're robots. You won't even look back. Look at you guys. You're like robots. Oh my God, what is happening? And you're not even looking back. Any of you 4-star generals. Oh my God, what is happening right now? Eyes front, robots. Shame. Shame. Oh my God, you guys. What did I just see? I'm getting out of here.
That's fine. Everybody sit down, please.
Oh my God, what is
That's all.
Yeah, this woman is one of the few people reacting like a human being. Going, how does anybody have any shame? Those of you who weren't involved in this, that you're just looking away, that you're not outraged. You have you no shame?
Okay, good. No, it's not.
Oh my God.
It's disgusting.
Oh my God, you guys.
Sorry, does that hurt? Can you open it up a little bit just to like change the gap? Hey guys, clear the hallways. Out. Clear the hallways. Out. Clear the hallways, please. Clear the hallways, please.
Can you help him, please?
Yes, yes. Tell the police is going there.
If this isn't a straight up representation of our current times, yeah, it's like this. And then every time you have a Jewish anti-Zionist who is being told by especially someone who's not Jewish, just how rich that is, right? Like it's giving Richie Torres and Adam Friedland. You have a Jewish anti-Zionist who is on the side of peace and liberation for the Palestinian people being told by Zionists who are like Christian Zionists, for example, that they are anti-Semitic, that they are an affront to their people. And now here you have somebody in uniform, who enlisted for his country, was told that this is the right thing to do to serve your country, and is protesting yet another illegal war, and has his hand or arm broken for it, is brutally ripped out of that room. And you hear one person go, I mean, thank you for your service, but like, you gotta go. They don't give a fuck about these people. No. They use them until they no longer serve their purpose. And as soon as they become a problem, then they are treated like the problem that they are. Used and abused. Meanwhile, you have Lindsey Graham, Donald Trump, all of these fuck faces who are calling on American men and women to do their duty, to go fight and die for Israel.
Please through the hallways.
What happened? Oh my God. What happened? His hand got totally smashed. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Why are you getting arrested?
From the halls of Montezuma to the doors of Tripoli, Palestine will be free.
And what about this war in Iran?
Oh my God.
His arm.
Okay. Ah, fuck, my arm is fucking broke. What are you gonna do to him? My left arm is broke. I understand.
God. Oh my God. I mean, it's so hard to watch, but it really does perfectly paint the picture of the gross hypocrisy at play here. The two-faced method of use and abuse people. And as soon as they no longer fulfill the purpose of like defending the state's bullshit, then they toss them in the trash. They'll do this. They'll just brutally violate them. So he's been charged with 3 counts, or he's facing 3 counts of assaulting a police officer, 3 counts of resisting arrest, 1 count of crowding, obstructing, and incommoding, meaning he was allegedly blocking an entrance or passageway for interrupting the committee hearing. Mark Alborno, who's a Green Party official who manages his Senate campaign, told CBS News that McGinnis was placed under arrest and was transported to the hospital. He said he attended the hearing with McGinnis, who works as a firefighter. This guy is a fucking firefighter. He's a Marine veteran who currently works as a firefighter and is running for Senate as a Green Party candidate, and went to this hearing to protest the Senate funding another illegal war because he, quote, couldn't take their lies anymore. That is a man who understands who understands from personal experience the lies that the American government tells, the lies that they tell to get people to join the military, to go fight for a handful of billionaires who make money off of the blood of dead Middle Eastern children. And a lot of the people who lead anti-war movements are veterans, were formerly in the military. People like Mike Preisner, who's amazing, and he just he just announced like I think he's the head of this new organization that is providing resources and support for current active members who do not want to fight another bullshit illegal war. It's like, hey, you're a person right now who's in active duty and you are questioning why we are bombing the Middle East again. We are here for you. We are people who understand your position better than most people will because we were there as well. It's enraging. Active duty and vets are thought of as cattle. Once they're finished with their use fighting for the Epstein class, then they are discarded. Yeah. El Borno denied that McGinnis assaulted the officers. He wasn't assaulting anybody. He just wanted to be heard and was speaking loud and clear. He was assaulted. Actually, they broke his arm. Yeah, I think we can see in the video who's assaulting whom. Does not appear to me that McGinnis was assaulting police officers. And in fact, there's only one person who has a serious injury here, and it's him. This fucker tried to brag about Huchihi. Capitol Police were attempting to remove an unhinged protester from the armed services hearing. I like too that he fails to mention that unhinged protester is a Marine veteran, works as a firefighter, and is running for office. Yeah, just this unhinged protester, a guy who has firsthand experience in understanding the military-industrial complex, understanding how the U.S. government lies and lies and lies and lies and sends over men and women, puts their bodies on the line over to the Middle East on under the pretenses of total horseshit, and then, says this is your heroic duty. This is your job to go die for Israel, to go die so that already the wealthiest people in the world can get even wealthier. He was fighting back. I decided to help out and de-escalate the situation. Yeah, he de-escalated the situation by breaking his arm. Great job. This gentleman came to the Capitol looking for a confrontation, and he got one. I hope he gets the help he needs without causing further violence. Buddy, you broke his arm. That's the violence that I saw. I saw cops and yourself violently dragging this man away. I like that he got community noted. The senator describes this as de-escalation, but full vid and reporting show that he joined officers by physically grabbing the Marine's leg and then his arm breaks. Reports say the protester was treated for an injury after the Marine did not come to start a confrontation. He protested. It's like, y'all think we are stupid. Not only do we not believe your lying asses in the first place, there's video. There's video. It's giving when ICE agents murder American citizens in the street and then go, yep, well, they were doing terrorism. Which part of your de-escalation training focused on snapping veterans' bones? Classic APAC tracker got Tim Sheehy on $641,000 given to him by APAC. I mean, no one wants to, like, the visual here of an American veteran who is saying, like, no, none of us want to fight and die for Israel. What the fuck are we doing? Nobody wants this war. This is an illegal war. Like, crazy. Crazy. You better shut up and willingly go fight and die for Israel, or else we'll break your arm and arrest you and charge you. And Lindsey Graham is calling for more strikes to avenge Marines. The fucking cowards. I know. You know what, Lindsey Graham? Go get your ass over there. Why don't you go put on your little uniform? Why don't you go enlist, huh? A man who gave up his body holding on as people break it so he can scream at the people tossing away the bodies of others. Yeah. I hope every person sees this video. I hope that the people in this country who are especially, you know, of the patriotic vibe, the ones who act as if they care the most about veterans, that have members of their family who are in active duty, you know, who are currently enlisted, who are potentially being sent over so that they can die and kill civilians on behalf of the United States of Israel. I hope that they see this video, you know, maybe start questioning some things. This is a great time to talk about the holy war of it all. Yes, let's talk about how this is actually all part of God's divine plan, okay? We have to blow up a school of little girls in Iran because it is God's plan. It has been anointed by Jesus. And who are we to question that? Who are we to question God's divine plan? Donald Trump has a direct line to God. He is a holy man, and this is a holy war. Do you not understand that? You secular heathen. For some U.S. military commanders, the emerging war in Iran is part of a biblical plan to bring about the end of the world as we know it, according to complaints filed by over 100 service members. So basically, we have to kill people in the Middle East in order to have the rapture to, like, bring about the end of the world, where most of us, according to these rapturists, will die. Okay. The Military Religious Freedom Foundation has received a litany of complaints about religious ideology seeping into military orders since the U.S. and Israel began bombing Iran. Independent journalist John Larson first reported. Mikey Weinstein, founder and president of MRFF, a nonprofit group established 21 years ago that focuses on ensuring constitutional the rapture is already happening and my brain has been raptured. Tits protections for tits. Constitutional protections for service members spoke with HuffPost on Monday by phone Tuesday morning and illuminate some details of the complaints, which have come from more than 36 military units situated in at least 30 different military installations. We started getting calls in the wee hours of Saturday morning from people saying that their commanders were just jubilant about this and trying to tell people, don't worry, it's all part of God's plan. These people are fucking nuts. They are dangerously crazy. They are having a song and dance, seeing blown up bodies in Iran and saying, yes, it's happening. It's God's plan. Which is funny, though, because this has kind of just been the status quo for a long ass time. Illegal wars in the Middle East where a lot of civilians are killed. So has God's plan been carried out for like decades now? And this is just the final track, final lap. Weinstein said the metric promised in the Bible's book of Revelation is horrifying and should worry everyone. They are promised a 200-mile-long river that is 4.5 feet deep, filled with nothing but the blood that their weaponized version of Jesus will spill at the Battle of Armageddon. That's a lot of blood. Part of what makes the account so disturbing, Weinstein said, is that service members aren't able to push back when they're given orders that blur the line regarding the separation of church and state. This is all about time, place, and manner. If you're being proselytized to by your superior, you can't say, get out of my face. Under the military's criminal code of justice, insubordination is considered a felony. Yeah, so if you tell your superior, hey, that's fucking insane. Referencing Armageddon and saying, hell yeah, blow it all up because end of the world, baby, you will be charged with a felony. One of the complaints that MRFF received over the weekend came from a non-commissioned officer currently stationed outside of Iran, but awaiting deployment at a moment's notice. That officer filed the complaint on behalf of himself and 15 other troops, all of whom are of different religious backgrounds. For their protection, MRFF is keeping the identity of these service members anonymous. The non-commissioned officer, who is Christian, reported to MRFF that a commander told them to tell fellow troops that the war in Iran was all part of God's divine plan. The commander allegedly cited the book of Revelation and the section specifically referring to Armageddon and the imminent return of Jesus Christ. The non-commissioned officer said the messaging from higher-ups is not only destroying morale and unit cohesion among troops, but they also believe that the commanders are flagrantly violating their oaths to uphold the Constitution, which guarantees the freedom of religion. According to the complaint first reported by Larson, the commander said President Donald Trump has been anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark his return to Earth. Oh, you mean the same President Donald Trump who has said multiple times now that he's not getting into heaven? It's like one of his rare moments of kind of levity and honesty when he's like, yeah, I'm probably not getting into heaven, because he knows that he's a bad guy. If heaven exists, yeah, ain't no fucking way Donald Trump is hanging out up there after he finally croaks. It's such an insult to use the God's plan bullshit when they're running. Supposedly that's one of the reasons that they. Oh, no. Here's the thing. Extremism in other religions, say Islam, the reason for, killing everybody in the Middle East. But Christian extremism, Christian fascism, Christo-fascist, nationalist, psychoness. Oh, that's just the government. That's just who's in charge. That's who's making the decisions here. The commander had a big grin on his face when he said all of this, which made his message seem even more crazy. I'm telling you right now, if you are watching a movie and there is the evil commander who is grinning maniacally and saying all this shit, you probably look at it and go, damn, that's really over the top. Or, you know, like depending on how good the writing is and the performance. In most instances, you might go, that feels like cartoonishly villainous. But the reality is that is what is happening when movies and art are not crazy enough to accurately reflect what is happening in real life. It's like how it's very hard to satirize Donald Trump, to create a parody of Donald Trump, because most of the time when people are doing so, like SNL, they're just in a sketch saying either exactly what Donald Trump says or it not being as horrible and evil as he is on a day-to-day basis. That's why you have to go so extreme with it in the way that South Park does. A grin like this. Yes. Yeah. Where you go, oh my God, that guy is a crazy bad guy. Reminder that Trump's personal spiritual advisor in the White House is freaking insane, although Sheila Kirkland-Lee has a good sense of rhythm. I hear, all the prayer circles that they do. Oh my God, we've talked about those, how these prayer circles that take place in Congress, and that before they take a vote on something, a lot of times these forced prayer moments where it's like, dear Heavenly Father, please give us the strength to pass this piece of legislation that is going to strip millions of people, strip healthcare from millions of people. Dear God, please enter into us as we take this vote on not blocking Trump's unchecked power and declaring war wherever the fuck he wants to. Dear Jesus, thank you. By the way, it's generally accepted that the book of Revelation is about the Roman Empire. It's not prophetic. It's inspired by what is now history. Yes. A lot of Christians who are like Bible Christians, you know, they love scripture. They look at Book of Revelations and go, yeah, no, we're not the kind of Christians who are like reading the Book of Revelations. We don't consider that to be part of our daily Jesus learning, daily scripture.
Strike and strike and strike and strike and strike until you have victory. For every enemy that is aligned against you, let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory, God. I hear a sound of abundance of rain.
Yeah, I mean, they're speaking in tongues at the White House, okay? They're doing that shit.
I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of shouting and singing. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory.
The same people who will say, no, we have to liberate the people of Iran because of religious oppression.
Victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. For I hear victory, 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 victory in the corridors of heaven. In the corridors of heaven, victory, 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 victory. For angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now. Hamanda aka ata rakate de baka sanda ata ambo osa kata rite eke banda ata rike didi ashata. For angels have even been dispatched from Africa right now. Africa right now. Africa right now. From Africa right now. They're coming here. They're coming here. In the name of Jesus. From South America. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. From Africa. From South America. Angelic forces. Angelic reinforcement. Angelic reinforcement. Angelic reinforcement. Fika hata anda ata. Ora bata rata anda eke eke manda rasata. For I hear the sound of victory. 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 This right now. We just ask right now that you weaken it.
Oh my God. Woo! Eka, eka, ata, ata, oka, oka, lele, lele, bomb Iran, bomb Iran, bomb Lebanon, bomb Palestine, bomb Venezuela, bomb Cuba, eka, eka, boom, 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 bombs. The guy just meandering back and forth behind her. Yeah, he's like, just another day. Just completely nonplussed, not phased. Wow. And then they ask you to donate 40% of your paycheck. Yeah. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, first time chatter. Yeah, people who tune in for the first time and they hear that and they're like, "Oh my God, this girl's insane." Somebody clicks on the stream, they're like, "Oh, I saw Caroline Kwan on Matt Bernstein's podcast. Let me go check her Twitch stream out." I'm like, "Eka, eka, 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 bomb, Iran, coming from Africa, coming from South America. Eka, oka, lita, data, deepa, bapa, give me all your money, because that's what God would want. Boom, boom." They're like, never mind. I guess she was normal on that podcast, but she must have been faking it. I grew up Catholic. This works on me. I grew up Catholic, but I had to listen to priests ramble on in fucking Latin. It's like an 8-year-old sitting there listening to a homily in Latin. Front row. I'm like, you know what? Maybe I would have rather preferred the tongues, because at least that would have been like crazy but exciting as a child, where I'm like, what is happening? Versus being Catholic. And I'm like, oh my God, how much longer do we have to do this? It's like I would understand more of what they're saying in tongues than in the Latin homily. In nomine Christi, amen. The tongues is not, it's a different theology. Yeah, but that's what they're doing in the White House. That's what they're doing. That's who they got doing the prayer circles as Donald Trump's prayer leader, his advisor, his Christian advisor. I and my fellow troops know that it is completely wrong to have to suffer through what our commander said today. It's not just the separation of church and state. It's the fact that our commander feels as though he's fully supported and justified by the entire combat unit's name withheld chain of command to inflict his Armageddon views of our attack in Iran on those of us beneath him in the chain of command. Yeah, I would
hear the sound of victory. I hear the sound of victory. I hear the sound of victory.
Who needs a soundboard? Who needs a soundboard when you have Paula White doing this?
This right now. We just ask right now that you weaken it.
Oh my God. This is the only soundboard we need. bomb Iran, bomb Iran, bomb Lebanon, bomb Palestine, bomb Venezuela, bomb Cuba. You know if they hear this, they'll be like, oh my god, we need to add that in.
Boom, boom, boom.
They're like, wait a second.
Bombs.
The guy just they're like, wait, we've been wanting to update. This out of context is insane. I agree. Millie, thank you for the 8 months. Was she the one who said the 2020 elections were rigged by Hugo Chavez's ghost? I don't know, but that seems very Paula White. I could see dear old Paula saying something like that. There is really not anything that I could not see Paula White, that I could not see her saying. Oh, that was Sidney. That was his lawyer. Never mind. Yeah, that was just another person that Trump has around him. Not his spiritual advisor, his legal advisor. Weinstein said that some service members called him on Sunday to report that they were being invited to Bible studies at their commander's personal homes to discuss how this was all part of the plan and it's all being lived out in the book of Revelation and Christian eschatology. Commanders were in a hurry to get subordinates on board, according to the complaints. Once a service member makes a complaint to MRFF, finding a solution can be difficult. Service members have a few different options. You know what's wild too is like these are people who are active military. And often people who enlist, especially nowadays, come from Christian backgrounds, conservative Christian upbringing, where this is what they're raised in believing. They genuinely, they still believe that they are doing their duty by going over to the Middle East. So the fact that a number of service members, like over 100 complaints have been filed as these commanders have been trying to speed run the Armageddon brainwashing, trying to get them all on board. It's just, that's how you know, like, how fucking deranged, if you can't already tell how deranged it is, but like how unbelievably deranged that these are probably people who are very Christian themselves, skew conservative Christian. And they're going, what the fuck is this? Okay, so once a service member makes a complaint, finding a solution can be difficult. If troops are told they lack courage, intelligence, or bravery because of their religious tradition or lack thereof, they can file an inspector general complaint or an ethics complaint within the military. But then you completely out yourself. And when you do that in the military, you become what we call a tarantula on a wedding cake. How long do you think that cake lasts at that wedding? Jesus. Troops can complain to military judge advocates, lawyers, or chaplains, but the latter can be especially tricky. The majority of the U.S. military's chaplains are Christian and many are evangelical. By itself, that's fine. But if you're a Christian nationalist, you don't pay any attention to the time, place, or manner with any sort of religious extremism, we end up not with little streams or creeks or brooks, but with oceans and oceans of blood. Weinstein said that none of this should necessarily be shocking. The evangelical leanings of the Trump administration, which is such a fucking joke with Donald Trump, and in particular the Department of Defense, have not been a secret. At a prayer breakfast last month, Pete Hegseth claimed that the U.S. was a Christian nation and there are prayer meetings at the Pentagon each month. Wait, but I thought Christians were the most persecuted people. Hold on a second. I thought Christians were so persecuted because of woke universities, because of woke institutions, woke Hollywood. Why am I always hearing about this Christian persecution complex? Meanwhile, Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, is like, yeah, no, we are a Christian nation. But putting religion into politics is inflicting generational damage onto the U.S. and its military. The White House did not immediately return requests for comment. Harrison Mann, a 13-year veteran of the U.S. Army who served under President Barack Obama during Trump's first term and under Joe Biden, told Huffington Post that for soldiers, there isn't much of a difference inside the military, at least culturally speaking, even when presidents are doing some really, really crazy stuff publicly. Because of that, he argues it may be too soon to say whether Hegseth can actually inflict permanent damage to the military. Mann is, however, deeply worried about what happens to the public perception of the troops in the meantime. Well, unenlist. You can do it. There is support for you. I promise. People like Mike Preisner are heading up organizations that are offering resources, that are offering support for you to leave the military, to transition back into a civilian life, to understand that this is not the way. That people like Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump and all these leaders who are more than happy to send y'all over there for their bullshit. They don't care about you. They don't. They use you. You are a tool for them. Yeah. Do you see Barron Trump? Do you see Barron Trump enlisting? Do you see Donald Trump sending Barron Trump? Do you see Netanyahu's kid on the front line? No, because he's too busy partying in Miami. Barron Trump is too busy watching like Aiden Ross streams. I don't know what the fuck he does. Because of that, he argues it may be too soon, blah, blah, blah. There's a danger in commanders telling soldiers they can only vouch for Christians, whites, or MAGA supporters. Since I keep referencing this, let me just pull this up. Okay. This is Mike Preisner, who is, he's an anti-war activist, former veteran, married to Abby Martin, who's amazing. I'm honored to have been appointed executive director of the Center of Conscience and War. With the first U.S. dead in another moral war, more troops will be questioning their role. Our job is to find them, defend them, and help them come home. Preisner is a veteran of the Iraq War and a renowned anti-war organizer and brings over 2 decades of experience in advocacy, media, and direct support for service members navigating the complexities of military service and individual conscience. Mike's journey from a soldier at war to a leading voice for peace embodies the very spirit of conscientious objection, said board chair Richard Capron. His extensive background in investigative media and digital storytelling will be transformative. By leveraging his ability to reach millions through modern platforms, we're poised to expand CCW's reach, ensuring that every service member struggling with their conscience knows that they have a community and a legal advocate standing behind them. Mike joined the U.S. Army shortly before September 11th, 2001, and was deployed during the initial invasion of Iraq in March 2003. His firsthand experience with the occupation led him to a profound realization regarding the nature of modern warfare, prompting his return to the U.S. to join the struggle against the war. He gained international recognition following his 2007 testimony at the Winter Soldier hearings, where his powerful denunciation of the occupation resonated with millions. Since then, he's remained a fixture in the peace movement, organizing fellow Iraq veterans and leading high-profile civil disobedience actions against the occupations of Iraq and Afghanistan. So the CCW's mission statement, they work to extend and defend the rights of conscientious objectors, those who oppose their participation in war, including members of the U.S. military who, following a crisis of conscience, seek discharge as conscientious objectors. CCW also assists others who oppose their participation in war and the preparation for war, including youth required to register with selective service, individuals seeking U.S. citizenship who wish to take the alternative nonviolent oath, and citizens of other countries facing mandatory military service. CCW opposes conscription, and in the event of an active military draft, CCW will assist in the placement of conscientious objectors in alternative service programs, as we did in previous draft years. CCW is formerly the National Interreligious Service Board for Conscientious Objectors, founded in 1940, is a founding member of the GI Rights Hotline, a national referral and counseling service for military personnel. All services are provided free of charge. Yeah, so good stuff that they're doing. It's not that simple. You genuinely cannot quit anytime you want. I'm going to refer you back to what I just mentioned here, which is the CCW, and they are an organization whose entire mission is to support service members who are having a crisis of conscience and are looking like need help. They need help, which can include not continuing to work as an active duty member. You know what, actually, I think I might reach out to Mike Preisner, because this is obviously something that he has dedicated his life to. I feel like he would be great to have on stream to talk about this topic. I think that would be good. Former Army Ranger and current anti-imperialist activist who was on the Gaza flotilla, Greg Stoker, discussing the arm-breaking incident. Oh, this was great.
She just broke Brian's arm. This is Brian McGinnis. He's a Marine Corps veteran, firefighter.
She's in her reach out era. Yeah, Greg is really great too. I've watched some of his stuff.
Currently running for Senate in North Carolina. That's Tim Sheehy getting involved where no one asked him to. But religious fanatics are going to religious fanatic. Brian is speaking directly to the commandant of the Marine Corps, saying that nobody wants to fight for Israel, protesting this senseless war. If you are a veteran, it is past time that you get involved. The whole position of like, it was messed up, I fought these illegal wars, I just need to be left alone. That's weak. At this point, if you don't get involved in the fight against authoritarianism, like, what was the point of your service? The only good you've done in fighting in the billionaires' wars is what you do right now. Authoritarianism is not going to leave any of us alone, and they hate your voice. Whether you go on the flotilla, join a radical organization like Veterans for Peace or Vets About Face, they're going to try to discredit you. They're going to try to take away all your benefits and privatize them, and they hate you. They literally hate you. Yeah. So, be more like Brian. We're going to make a GoFundMe for him because he's a firefighter and he's going to be out of work for a while.
Damn. Oh, boy. There is danger in commanders telling soldiers that they can only vouch for Christians, whites, or MAGA supporters. When the public starts to view the military that way too, then you get to a more dangerous place where they no longer have trust in them. Also, military recruitment. I'm pretty sure I know recruitment had gone down, which is why the Department of Defense has poured so much money into marketing. Austin Show, what's up, baby? I made a vid that got 40,000 views saying I'm a veteran against this. A lot of people call me the F slur and stuff. Oh my gosh. Can I call you, my love? Is it going to be brief? Because I do have some stuff to get through. Is it important? Because I am. Let me just. No, it's not. Okay, let me just wrap up let me wrap up a couple things and then I will call after as soon as I'm done. I want to cover this and then I want to cover this smear campaign that's happening. I was going to ask you what you think I should ask at the GLAAD Awards. Yeah, I got you. Let me just finish these two things or else I get way too off track and then I lose steam. So give me like 15 to 20 minutes. Okay. And I will give you a call. I'll be here when you're ready. Okay, great. Okay. There's danger in commanders telling soldiers they can only vouch for Christians, blah, 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 blah. As I was saying, yeah, recruitment had gone down. It had reached a 40-year low in 2022. The Department of Defense has been spending hella money advertising to get people to sign up. That's why you also have current military and government officials who are saying, this is your duty. Do your duty and die for Israel. You know, breaking the arms of veterans who are protesting because can't be having any of that here. That's ruining the vibes. So anyway, they've been offering higher compensation, adjusting recruitment strategies in order to up the positive outcome of recruitment efforts. So yeah, you offer people more money and it is harder to turn down the military. Today, Mann is the Associate Director of Campaigns for Win Without War, a grassroots progressive foreign policy advocacy org based in Washington, D.C. that formed in 2003 in response to the U.S. invasion of Iraq. Mann left his role as assistant to the head of the Middle East Center at the Defense Intelligence Agency, or DIA, in 2024 for moral reasons. After the attacks in Israel on October 7th, Mann said his mission as a soldier primarily became about supporting Israel and sharing intel with Israeli military officials. But once he saw that the war in Gaza was becoming a genocide, he said he resigned. Mann knows from personal experience how frightening it can be for a soldier to speak out. The Trump administration's politicization of the military, as the MRFF complaints clearly show, makes it harder. Mann worries that it's creating a situation where subordinate leaders may believe the messaging from on high grants them tacit approval to start imposing their own religious beliefs on others. I can tell you I'm very worried, he said. I think most people who join the military, they want to do something that they feel is noble. They want to do the right thing, but the political consequences for refusing an unlawful order or standing up for what you think is right is very high. So it goes back to the question, what can everyone else do to help them? To start, Mann said that the public can broadcast support for service members who speak up or disobey unlawful orders or unconstitutional directives. That validation is in short supply inside the military, so it must come from the outside. It's very frightening to imagine that you would be on your own if you tried to defy an unlawful order. We need to see increasing efforts by members of Congress to impeach Secretary Hegseth, and everyone can put pressure on their lawmakers to support that effort. You can also support a lot of organizations like About Face and Win Without War that are trying to create a welcoming, safe space for service members who are experiencing this kind of unfair treatment. Mann said he isn't hopeless about the future, even though there's much to despair over right now. It's way too soon to give up. There's just so much that we have not tried. There's so many pressure tactics that haven't culminated yet. There's so much people power that has not yet been mobilized. As terrifying as what's happening, there's a critical opportunity for growth and pushback against Trump's agenda. People join the military because they don't have fuck all for options. I don't know, mostly about glory. That's just the copium that keeps them from going all full metal jacket. I mean, I think it's both. Obviously, we know that the military loves to recruit from lower income communities, which is why traditionally a lot of black and brown people have been targeted, right? It's like they go into high schools, they go into junior highs and set up their little booths. But glory is absolutely a part of it. It's always been a part of recruitment tactics, where a lot of people think in modern warfare, they think that this is like World War II. That's why they framed it as the global war on terror. They use that language and manufactured consent for all the shit that they did in the Middle East, but also because people who enlisted and who went over there truly believed that it was like they were their grandfathers, that they were their grandparents who fought in World War II, who fought in World War I. And here they are fighting a modern war, but it is just as global. It is just as dangerous. And it's the war on terror. 9/11 was a huge reason so many joined the army. Yes. So totally, there's the poverty draft, which is facts. You know, we know that to be historically true. But why do you think that so many recruitment ads feature this very, you know, it's very valorized. It's very patriotic. It's very, you know, tough guys kicking ass when they did their collaborations with Marvel, with superheroes. What do you think that sends the message of? If you enlist, you too can be a hero. You can be a superhero, just like Captain America. You're the real life Captain America. LOL, the commercials for the Olympics comparing the athletes to the army. The majority that join the military do so between 18 and 20. Glory, service pay, education, a trade, a sign-on bonus. They're all things used to sell you on all 5 branches. Yeah. And that heroism is baked into our media. You look at the entertainment industry and how in this century we get movies that will pretend to be all about how war is hell, but still it valorizes the military because often these films are being made in films and TV shows are being made in conjunction with the Pentagon, with the Department of Defense. And it'll be a very, we went over, we went over there and a lot of people died, but it's often the perspective of the soldiers and the PTSD that they have from like watching their friends die because they're fighting this global war on terror, you know? Or then you have shit like Top Gun, yeah, where it's very hoorah. Where a lot of the kind of war is hell emotion that we see in modern films and shows is very much a, you know, I'm a young man, a young woman who went over to fight for my country and lost some of my besties. And it was hell. And yes, I did see kids die, and that was hell as well. But it still is from the perspective that ultimately the United States military is a force for good. Also, when they make movies, all the soldiers are in great shape and very handsome, like the cast of Fury. Yeah, why do you think that they always pull from like the hottest it factor actors, you know, people whose stars are rising, who get a lot of attention because they're, you know, because they have big fan bases. It's giving warfare. I know. It's giving Charles Mountain. Why? What would have happened if you had won that Oscar? Yeah, the gay bait promo in Warfare. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Okay. Let me move on. I think I'll talk more about, I got some more Christian nationalism to pop off on, but I think I'll probably do it tomorrow. Okay, I want to talk about a smear campaign that is currently happening. So the film Voice of Hind Rajab, which is a film depicting the horrific real life events where the Israeli military murdered 5-year-old Hin Rajab. They murdered her family. They murdered the 2 paramedics who came to rescue her. And the film uses the real life recordings from the Red Crescent, Palestinian Red Crescent Society, when they were on the phone with Hind as she was already injured and most of her family members were dead. She had one remaining cousin, and then that cousin was killed, and then finally Hind was killed. And they use the real life recordings, and it is gut-wrenching. It is harrowing. It is a film that premiered at Venice Film Festival, had a historic standing ovation. It was like 24 minutes long. There are a lot of heavy hitters who have backed this film, either have produced this film or have promoted this film. And what has been going on is this group of pro-Israel entertainment officials that are a part of this organization called Creative Community for Peace. What a fucking joke. They have been smearing the film. They have been communicating with Academy members, telling them that this film is propaganda, that this film is emotional manipulation that is designed to unfairly paint Israel as having done this on purpose. You would think that shooting, sorry that we shot this car up 355 times. There were 355 bullets, and we killed the paramedics who were coming in to rescue this little girl. But you think we did this on purpose? It was a tragedy, okay? Hamas. Why aren't we talking about Hamas? I'm not kidding you. This is what the campaign has been. Okay, this is what the smear campaign has been. I was on their website today. I was looking at it, and they are literally going, but Hamas. Hello, October 7th, Hamas. Yes, this is a tragedy, but it was an accident, and also Hamas. Why are we not talking about Hamas? Okay, so this group tries to claim they're apolitical. Now, we know from a surface level look here that that's fucking bullshit. But also, we know that they are directly connected to this group, Stand With Us. They are a nonprofit. They are a pro-Israel organization that works directly with the Israeli government. And they have been one of the groups that has targeted student protesters in the United States. They have sued administrations. They have for years now pushed on the propaganda narrative front to be like, the West Bank is not occupied. What are you talking about? Meanwhile, we can see with our own fucking eyes, and there's a ton of reporting that has come out of the West Bank and the increases in settler violence. Literally the people who made no other land being targeted by settlers, being kidnapped by the IDF. So they have been an important leg of the of Zionist propaganda in the United States. They go on campuses. They have these subsidiary groups like Creative Community for Peace that go around in Hollywood and try and shore up support for Israel. So that's what this group is, and this is a piece in Zateo that was reported on by Prem Takar, who is amazing, shouts out. And the CFP was founded in 2012 by David Renzer, who's the former chairman and CEO of Universal Music Publishing, and Steve Schnurr, who is the president of music at EA and the former chairman of the Grammy Foundation. The group describes itself as apolitical, and it's made up of prominent members of the entertainment community and says it strives to provide balance to the discourse regarding the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Mind you, that every time there is a Palestinian film, they smear the hell out of it. They did this with No Other Land. They do this, they've done this not just in the couple years of the ongoing genocide. They did this before October 7th. This is their thing, okay? If there is a film that depicts Palestinians as human beings, this group is going to do everything they can to smear the hell out of it, but in service of maintaining a balance regarding this conflict. Okay? We're just trying to be fair here. We're apolitical. Just like the ADL. Yep. So we've got professionals from Warner Brothers, Sony, Atlantic, Amazon, and more who are members of the advisory board and networking committee. They have an annual fundraiser every year that is sponsored by people like Len Blavatnik, who's a Russian oligarch, Casey Wasserman, who we've talked about because he's in a pile of his own shit due to his relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell and popping up in the Epstein files multiple times. So these are the people who are like a part of funding CCFP. Okay. Now, aside from the obvious morally reprehensible tactics here, the pro-Israel propaganda that is so desperately trying to win back support for the Israeli side. They are trying to shift the American public back towards being more sympathetic to Israel. I'm Israel high. You know, Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. They are the United States' greatest ally. We have to support them. So aside from that, just, you know, the general level of disgusting behavior here, I believe that this might be in violation of Academy rules. And here's the thing. We don't know who is a part of CCFP who's also a member of the Academy, who's making these calls, who's communicating with voting members of the Academy and who are behind these campaigning efforts online. But if this is a group of high-powered entertainment industry professionals, there is a good chance that some of them are members of the Academy. And so if that is the case, then this is behavior that violates the Academy rules. So what I would say is, if you are a member of the Academy and you have had somebody from CCFP who's also a member of the Academy lobbying you against this film, telling you that it's propaganda, that it's bullshit, that it's intentionally designed to manipulate people to care more about Palestine than they do Israel, you need to report that. Like, those are the types of violations that are very, very clearly spelled out in the Academy rulebook and what the Academy says every year. And whenever there are hiccups here in award season where, like, for instance, a couple of years ago, I think it was the Academy president who had posted something about Michelle Yeoh, and people took it as she was throwing her support to Michelle Yeoh in Everything Ever All at Once, and she deleted it, and I think she got in trouble for it. So this is something that the Academy does not fuck around with. And they have an email, promotionalregulations@oscars.org, and that is where you are supposed to report violations. So if this is the case, if you are an Academy member who knows other Academy members who are partaking in this, they need to be reported. Like, I just want to mention that, aside from how obviously disgusting this is, when they're trying to claim that the film omits critical context, and it's like, what's the critical context that's missing? Because this film uses the actual recordings from the day that the Red Crescent Society tried to save little Hin Rajab. And then the Israeli military killed the rescue workers and killed Hind, in addition to every one of her family members who were with her. And by the way, Hin Rajab and her family were evacuating Gaza. They were trying to leave. And this is another propaganda, an Israeli propaganda point where they'll say, well, the Israeli military has given them a heads up, when they bomb an area full of civilians, they're like, well, they've told them to leave. They drop some pamphlets. And what is usually the case every time is that they are bombing people who are evacuating or who evacuated from one area and were told this is the area to go to. They then move to that area and then that area is bombed. Did they include a dramatization of October 7th? This is what they want, okay? What they want. Well, they don't want this in the first place. They don't want any films. They do not want any films that humanize Palestinians. They do not want any piece of media that accurately depicts Israel's war crimes. They don't want any of that. That's the bottom line. But what they say here is the reason this is unfair is because where's the dramatization of October 7th? Hello, Hamas. Why are we not including the full events of October 7th? Because remember, they have for the past couple of years tried to maintain history started on October 7th, that Hamas just attacked out of the blue, killed a bunch of people for no reason other than wanting to wipe out all Jews in this world. Look no further than post October 7th to understand that Israel was justified, that Israel has the right to defend itself, that they were attacked. Prior to that, everything was all great and fine. So yeah, what they want is they essentially want an hour and a half of showing October 7th, but showing October 7th from isn't it clear that Israel is the little guy here, that they were attacked and then they responded in defense. They don't want this war. They want peace. They don't want to have to kill tens of thousands of children, but Hamas, they want that. And then you can have your bit at the end where it shows the Israeli military firing on the car that Hannah and her family were in 355 times and killing them and killing the paramedics. But the reality is they don't even want that at all. They don't even want that at all. And this film, just like No Other Land, which was the Oscar winner last year, has struggled with securing a major U.S. distributor. They ended up that they are being distributed by the company Willa, which is one of the producers on the film. So after they premiered at Venice and the film won the Silver Lion Jury Prize, had a historic standing ovation, a lot of big names, a lot of heavy hitters backing the film, they could not get a U.S. distributor. Whereas the international markets were were vying for the rights to distribute this film. Of course, in the United States, couldn't get a major distributor. And anyway, so despite having to deal with that, right now it's still really hard to find a screening of this film. And then on top of that, you have this creative community for peace, pro-Israel group that has been going around. They have a whole ass website. Look at this shit. Creative community for peace. And they essentially just go after celebrities and other prominent figures who are critical of Israel. Like, they love to attack hold on a second. I know you banned that person and I don't need to unban them. But this is always such a silly argument, and it's really not the argument that people think it is. Why the fuck would I move to the Middle East that is being actively bombed by Team United States of Israel? Like, when people say go to Gaza, oh, so I'll be killed? So I'll be bombed? Or, you know, experience other violence by the Israeli government, by the military. Like, I will leave the United States, go over to the Middle East, and have a bomb drop on my head that is signed by a member of my own Congress. Yeah, move to Iran so my own government can blow me to smithereens. Instead of saying stop the bombing, you should go get bombed. Like, that is, and obviously it's you know, if you're smooth brain, that must go so hard. But I get that a lot. You see that a lot. And I just need people to understand that is not the gotcha that you think it is. It's actually maybe the stupidest thing that you can say. Yeah, I'm going to pay taxes. I'm going to use my own money. All of y'all, if you gift subs to me now, if you give subs in this community and the taxes that I pay on those subs that go to the United States government that then are used on bombs and other military warfare that is then used to kill me because I've gone over to the Middle East. He's a Nazi gold viewer. I checked earlier. Yeah. Well, that makes sense. Of course. But of course. Yeah, because he's listening to the guy who's saying mass killings work. Like, look at Hitler, bro. Trust me, guys. Mass killings work. And then they go forth as the faithful little soldiers, as the faithful little soldiers that they are. They go forth and tell somebody who's saying, hey, stop the bombs. Hey, why don't you go over there and get bombed? Gotcha. Yeah, also, Hitler lost. Sorry to Asmongold and his supporters. I know that is a bummer still for them. And they're hoping to run it back. But this time, they're alive. This time, they get to be a part of cheering it on. I am the Joker. Thank you for the 2 months. Okay, so anyway, this is on the Creative Community for Peace's website. Do you know how fucking evil you have to be to use the word peace in your organization's name? And so much of what you are doing is harassing and targeting the world's most popular child's entertainer, who is advocating for children to not be killed, advocating for the lives of children, Miss Rachel, and then continuing to harass and smear a little girl who's dead, who was shot dead by the Israeli military, who was in a car that was shot with 355 bullets, whose entire family who was with her were killed, and who was on the phone with the Red Crescent Society. And this little girl, like, being aware of the fact that she was probably going to die and that the people who were sent in to save her were killed. And like, it is vile. I mean, Hind Rajab, who became one of the symbols in the fight for Palestinian liberation, and how and how perfectly accurate it is that a film that was created to bring accountability for, and justice for Hind, to hold her murderers accountable, has been targeted. And the crazy thing is, it's not even going to win. Okay. Hind Rajab has not been in a position to win Best International Feature at the Oscars. And yet this group has gone so hard on making sure that no one even watches it or votes for it at all. Yeah. The irony really is as simple as this is really the only campaign the film has gotten all season for financial reasons. Yeah. But there are people like Hannah Einbinder and Mark Ruffalo and other big names in Hollywood who have been trying to facilitate screenings. And it's not even a matter of like, get this film its Oscar. It's get justice for Hind Rajab. And the whole purpose of The Voice of Hind Rajab was to generate empathy, was to humanize Hind and Palestinians, and to hopefully assist in calls for accountability and justice. Like, that was the purpose. Hannah was hosting a screening in LA. Yeah, it was actually tonight, I think. It says that her death is occurring in an active combat zone. Yeah, all of Palestine being an active, all of Gaza being an active combat zone. And again, Hind and her family were evacuating. They were refugees. They were evacuating towards a safer area, and they were all killed. Like, there is no in between position here. There's none. This is a clear right versus wrong. This is a clear moral, versus immoral. This was a crime of the highest degree. This was murder. I remember when it happened, Pram Thakur showed up at the White House press briefings like every day asking the former admin about it. Yeah, I remember using a lot of his reporting. The amount of people I no longer consider friends after I tell them about Hind. If somebody hesitates in condemning what happened to Hind, then that is a very deeply, deeply immoral person. You don't even need to get to anything else. If they cannot go, that was murder, and those murderers need to be held accountable. That was a little girl and her family, and the paramedics trying to rescue her murder. You know what I mean? Like, you don't even have to get to the other stuff. Just right then and there, you go, yeah, nope, you're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit. And Hind, yes. Remember when the American media referred to Hind, who's 5 years old, referred to her as a young woman. Remember the conversation we had earlier about children who are afforded, the right to be children, to be seen as children, to be treated as children, and those who aren't. Those who are stripped of their childhoods, not just in the colonial and imperialist violence that they are subjected to, but in the way that is reported on by the American mainstream media. That was CNN. CNN that's about to become even more evil. Even more ultra Zionist. Yeah, CNN that referred to her as a young woman, and she was 5. Insane. Okay. Let me call Austin. He is needing some help here with the GLAAD Awards. So I'm going to give him a call, and then I will do some Resident Evil afterwards. That's my guy. I'm just putting him on screen right now to manifest. Oh. Oh. That's what happens when you manifest. Okay, Austin show. Austin show.
Caroline, I know you're on stream.
Yes, darling.
Hello, Caroline. That was 35 to 40 minutes.
Was it? No, it wasn't. What time is
I
it?
actually have no idea. It's okay. You're perfect. You do nothing wrong. I'm studying for the GLAAD Awards red carpet. So.
Well, you're going to be up all night, so.
No, I won't be. I'm going to bed. I need my
No.
I've been studying all day, Caroline.
Okay.
So here's the deal. This is what I've come to terms with, the fact that I don't know everything and I won't know everything. You can't learn an entire pop culture overnight, or in one day, or even in one lifetime, really. And I want to say something additionally, Caroline. I last year had no idea what anything was.
I know.
I went and I got through a red carpet. But this year I'm coming much more prepared.
Okay.
Right? What are some questions of people that you would like me to ask? And who do you want me to really talk to? And what do you want me to ask them?
Okay, well, I sent you the I sent you the link of. Okay, let me pull that up. So I would take a look, because you don't know who you're going to get to talk to.
I know, that's the frustrating part. Like, I've been studying.
I know.
It's so daunting. Is like, I've been studying, and I've really learned a lot about some people that I'm really, interested in. Like, well, first of all, I know who Nathan Lane is. Nathan Lane, I think, according to Google and the website and articles, he's going to be there. And I want to talk about his work in mid-century modern. I also want to talk about, I'm a big Nathan Lane fan, so I want to talk about the Birdcage and him working with Robin Williams, and
Austin,
specifically a moment. What?
When did you become aware of Nathan Lane?
I've known Nathan Lane forever. I'm a big fan of the Birdcage. I watched the Birdcage when I was a kid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Also,
great.
Also, little lesser known fact about Nathan Lane, he was in The Frogs. Which is a musical.
Why do I feel like you're reading off your notes right now?
No, I literally am not reading off the notes. I'm actually practicing. I'm learning. I'm practicing. I'm not lying. He was in The Frogs, and a lot of people don't know that. It's true. And I learned that from Christian. I didn't know that either. What?
Okay, so
one of the frogs.
here's what you should do. Listen to me, okay? So figure out who's gonna be at GLAAD Awards that you would
Jonathan Bennett, he's hosting the GLAAD Awards.
that you would die to talk to. Okay, so
Jonathan Bennett, he was in Mean Girls.
no, I know. And one time when I first moved to LA and I was auditioning at Warner Brothers, I was entering the studio lot when Jonathan Bennett was leaving, and I passed him, and he said, "Break a leg."
Wow,
But that's just a little personal story.
Did you do well?
I didn't get the role. I wonder if it's like we auditioned for the same thing.
Really?
Just kidding.
Yeah,
No,
that's great.
but I did not get the role. But I did see him, and he was very pretty.
Well, I want to talk to him about,
Being gay.
Being gay, that's number one. But also, why is queer representation so important in media? Which is, GLAAD's mission, obviously, is to elevate queer people in media. And, he's the host of the GLAAD Awards, so I think that's an appropriate question. I also want to talk to him about, his journey about coming out and how, he didn't come out, right away in the beginning. Like when he was in Mean Girls, he wasn't out yet.
Yeah.
Right?
What year did he come out?
What?
What year did he come out?
What year did he come out? 2017.
Yeah, see?
Yeah. I'm being quizzed. I've got like a gay
I can tell that you are practicing right now, and you're doing great. You're doing great.
I'm doing great. But
Okay.
like when in doubt, I'm going to ask about somebody's outfits. So Chad, if you're watching tomorrow, and I don't feel bad advertising this because Caroline, you won't be live at that time anyway. So, right?
Wait, what time? Wait, but tell us when it is so we can tune in.
Well, it'll be live I think I'm going to go live at like 3:15 Pacific, and then
When does the carpet start?
The carpet will start at 4:15.
Okay.
But when in doubt, I'm going to ask about the outfit and what is, representation in media for queer representation in media mean to you? Why do you think it's important? What's a message of hope now when, we've got an administration that is targeting our community, specifically trans people? Those are some like go-to, I've got them in my holster questions.
You can also, another go-to question you should ask about is the Allison merger.
Okay.
That's being asked on red carpets right now because it's obviously a really big deal. So, and I told you to make sure, you'll have note cards and you'll have kind of default questions.
And then tacky to have my phone because I've got my notes in my phone. But I'm not going to.
I mean, I'm just kind of old school, and I think having cards is better.
Okay, got it. Okay. Well, I don't have a pen.
Are you Christian? I cannot with this man. Where's Christian? This man just goes, "Well, I don't have a pen."
Yeah. Well, Davide, do you have a pen? I have. Davide's got a pen.
You should also ask about this apolitical bullshit because that's another issue dividing Hollywood.
Also asking at GLAAD because politics are very like comfortable for me, but like I have to be, I don't know, like
right. But I'm telling you specific things, not just like the Trump administration is targeting, is targeting queer people, but like questions that are coming up, at red carpets, at premieres, at award shows, at film festivals.
Yeah, or like maybe I could ask like. Oh gosh. I was Jennifer Welch is going to be there. But see, like I could ask Jennifer like silly questions, like why do you think it's important that notorious left-wing radical Hassan Piker's not here at the GLAAD Awards today?
I swear to God, if you fall back on mentioning Hassan to every person,
no, I'm not going to.
You cannot. You can't. He can't keep getting away with this.
No, I'm not going to do that again, but I will be asking Jennifer Welch about it because I think she's going to talk shit and it's funny.
I think too, you always get a vibe like, if it's someone that you know better, if it's someone who you're more familiar with, like that will inform your chats. And I told you like
I want to ask some drag queens if they think straight people deserve rights.
Yeah. And the answer is no.
And the answer is no.
So like what you should also be aware of are people who are being awarded. So Quinta Brunson, for example, she's being recognized.
And she's getting the Vanguard Award.
Yeah.
See, I knew that. This is off the cuff. I'm not reading off notes.
No, I know.
Someone has notes out right now. I'm forcing myself to.
It's very off the cuff.
Now, I don't know if I'm going to know this because I also need to go look into because there's so many. It's just so overwhelming, and also like Caroline, you live and breathe in this world every day.
Mm-hmm.
Like if this was like if I was interviewing like Boeing and Airbus mechanics, on the red carpet.
Oh, you would have that shit down.
Oh, I'd have that shit down.
You should also talk to, here's one person, talk to Tig Notaro, who I think is one of the hosts of GLAAD. I think I was kind of just looking earlier to see who's all. Tig has a film that is Oscar nominated. It's a film called Come See Me in the Good Light, and it is about Andrea Gibson, who was an amazing poet, was a poet laureate from Colorado and passed from cancer. And it's a beautiful documentary that shows them and their partner in what ended up being the final year of Andrea's life. And it's something that Tig just is, it's very, very personal to them. And they were nominated for an Oscar as well. So yeah,
that's something. Okay, that's something that you would ask. You would talk about.
Yes, that is something that I would talk about. That I last year when I met Tig.
So you're gonna be really mad at me if I meet them and ask about their outfit.
Yeah, because it's also Tig Notaro, and Tig will give you shit if you say, "Wow, unless you do it in a joking way." Tig is gonna show up in like a long sleeve. Maybe they'll be a fancier long sleeve though.
I have done that, and I always kick myself because like somebody will come dressed. I did this at the Grammys. Somebody came dressed in like the most basic of outfits, and I was like, "Tell me about your outfit." And they're like, it's a tuxedo."
Tig might have a suit on.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
No, Tig is gonna make fun of you if you try and seriously talk about fashion. Yeah, I mean, she'll have a funny.
Is
she'll have a
she
funny
going to
retort.
be there? Because I haven't seen her.
Yes.
She has not come up on any of my notes.
Yeah.
Well, all right. Well, time to do. Good Lord, there's just so many people. I need my version of like Emily from The Devil Wears Prada. In my ear.
My question. My question is, do you have? Yeah, you do need. You need. No, you need Andy because Emily draws a blank.
Emily forgot.
Emily forgot
the name. That's right.
What's going to be the setup there as far as like there being someone going? Okay, but I can't remember. Did you have somebody who was bringing over talent, who was wrangling, who was like quickly giving you a?
Sat there and people came over, and then we had GLAAD. GLAAD was helping us bring people. You know, I'm going to tell them who I really want to like speak to. Right?
Yeah.
Like, I want to speak to Nathan Lane. Like my top are like Nathan Lane. Nathan Lane. I really want to talk to Nathan Lane, Caroline. I really do.
You're like, there's only one person that I need to. There's only one interview that ends up happening, and it's just Nathan Lane.
Obviously, I want to speak to a lot of people. I was checking into my hotel today, and Bowen Yang was right behind me.
I know, you told me.
Oh, I did?
Yeah, and you should have said to him, do you feel vindicated?
Are you mixing us up, Caroline?
Oh wait, Christian texted me that.
Yeah, I was like, wait a second, am I having a stroke? Because I don't remember.
No.
That's me gossiping with Caroline. Like,
that was wait, that was Christian who texted me.
You just exposed us. Oh, I wish I could hit that joint.
You know what? I was trying to gaslight Austin. Yeah, Austin, you literally called me and told me that Bowen Yang was behind you.
No, yeah, Bowen Yang was behind me. No, and I didn't recognize him because I don't know why. I didn't even clock it. He was kind of in disguise. He was wearing a hat and glasses.
Well, what you should do with Bowen Yang and Matt Rogers, who are, I think they are also part of the host team for GLAAD, I'm pretty sure. But you should definitely talk to them. They are. They obviously.
You know what I'm really interested in about Bowen Yang and that the podcast Las Culturistas is how they called out the Jasmine Crockett.
They are.
And
I feel like they're probably not going to want to talk about that, but you can go. You can go for it.
I'm not going to bring it up. I know. I'm not. I've got the wherewithal not to bring that up. But I'm very. They must feel vindicated.
Well, that's what I was saying. I was like, I
had this conversation, Caroline, with my mom today, and my mom's like a recovering liberal, where she literally told me on the phone, she's like, Austin, I identify as a democratic socialist, is what she said.
Oh my God.
And I was like, Jesus Christ, Mom. My mom's like in her 60s, like hardcore
See,
democratic
it's never too late. It's never too late to keep moving to the left.
I'm with her, I'm with her, type thing. But she was like upset that Jasmine, she has her moments where she relapses, where she'll be like, oh man, like Jasmine Crockett, like, she's just like such a strong woman and so qualified. And I'm like, Mom, look, I'm not disputing the fact that she's, not an attorney and but
what were her policies? What was her agenda?
I said, Mom, she lost because she did not have a good platform. And
she didn't have a platform.
No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I went and watched an interview with her, Caroline, and I was absolutely shocked at just like she was doing the thing that a lot of establishment Democrats do, where they just like talk in circles about like this generic idea of fighting for Americans with no.
Yeah, it's very vibes based, and it's very identity politics.
Yeah, you're like fighting for us, but like, okay, how are you delivering for working people? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What are you doing to deliver for working people? And Talrico had like a great message and a great platform, and he has the winning message and the winning platform. We've seen it all across the country that progressives are winning with this message. Yeah. And what's crazy is it's working when even fucking Gavin Newsom is starting to pivot to the left.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's because he's a fucking snake.
Yeah, no, I don't trust him. I don't trust him. No,
right. I talked about this tonight, and I said that
I'm smart enough to believe, but I will say, I take it as, if I may give my own independent commentary on this, I do think that this is a good sign. It shows that like the pressure coming from inside the base is starting to make an impact on the party.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Right?
No, that was
whether we believe him or not is another story. Whether it's authentic or not is another story. But
it's definitely not authentic, and we definitely don't believe him, but it is a sign of it is a sign of the tea leaves. It is a sign of Gavin looking at the public polling, looking at these primary races. So that's what it is.
Yeah.
The other thing I was going to say, when you have Matt and Bowen, if you should have them on, you should also try and get them on Fear and.
Yes.
One thing you should do with them is come up with a rule of culture. So that is a big part of their show, of their podcast, rules of culture. So when I was on the red carpet of the Ambies, the podcast awards, and I interviewed Matt, we came up with a rule of culture. So do that. That'll be a thing. That'll be a thing that indicates that you watch their podcast.
Well, I know.
So a rule of
Caroline is I have like a bunch of like surface level questions that I should ask people, but yes. Hi, sorry. I just finished up a phone call. But I have all these surface level things, so like I just hope they don't dig deep on it, because if they do, I'm only at the surface, baby. You know what I mean? Like if they're like, oh my God, what's your favorite episode? Oh.
No, they're not going to do that. And then you just say the one with Cate Blanchett, obviously that's Mother. And then you pull up the rule of culture, which is that Cate Blanchett's filmography is like the menu at the Cheesecake Factory.
Oh my God, Caroline. I feel like you would feel if you were in the cockpit of 737 right now. I was trying to explain to you how to program a North Atlantic tracks into the flight management computer, and how difficult it is, and what you need to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
But I'm going to do my best. But like, look, my goal is to be better than I was last year.
Which you're already in a position to be better than you were last year.
Last year I didn't even study. It was remarkable. You could tell.
Yeah,
I
we got
didn't study.
Kate. Sadly, not Blanchett says can confirm I am a Cheesecake Factory.
Like I didn't even know what to do when the holding space.
Oh yeah, no, I know. Oh baby, do I know? I mean,
I
look.
can't believe they invited me back. To be honest with you.
Well, it's because you stay gay.
I guess so. I'm gay, but I'm learning. I'm trying so hard.
You are learning how to be gay. You are learning how to be a gay man.
I was raised straight. You have to understand.
In Los Angeles.
I was raised straight.
Yep. But it's it's a learning process.
It really is, and I really need to get more into it. I need to take it more seriously
because there are certain like cultural laws as far as a gay man in Los Angeles. You need to know who all the gay icons are. You need to know like, and I don't mean gay icons are always real people. Okay.
Yeah. What are they then?
Well, like a gay icon could be a place. A gay icon
of course,
can be, a fictional character.
What do you think about this question? I've got this question. It's for Nathan Lane. Okay.
Okay.
Mid-century modern takes place in Palm Springs, right?
Okay.
What do you think makes a destination the perfect gay destination? Because Palm Springs is a gay destination, right?
Yeah.
What do you think about that question? Everybody's approved that as like being a good question, but you don't seem to be.
No.
Based on your
Okay, so you wanna ask him about mid-century modern and say, why is Palm Springs? Why is Palm Springs a gay icon?
No, I don't know.
No. That's what. That's a good.
Like what makes Palm Springs such a iconic gay destination?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. They have really good salads in Palm Springs.
There are it's very bright.
I feel like I'm too focused on Nathan Lane.
You are definitely very focused on Nathan Lane, which you also need to bear in mind. Nathan Lane might not come on. Okay.
I know that was crazy. You
might not be able to grab him.
I'm prepping for Nathan Lane, and he may not show up to the red carpet.
Yeah. It's kind of like going to a political event that
and prepping for the president.
And prepping for the president, yeah. Which you should prep because you don't want to embarrass yourself if you do get the opportunity to talk to Nathan Lane.
Let me talk more about Nathan Lane because this is genuine. I know Nathan Lane, and there was a moment on Oprah when Robin Williams covered for him when he came out. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah.
He didn't want to come out and he wasn't ready, and Robin Williams covered for him, and I want him to tell that story if we get an opportunity to talk to him.
Okay. I mean, I think talking about how Birdcage was really groundbreaking as far as
it was ahead of its time. Yep.
Yeah.
It was ahead of its time. Yep. Because at that period of time, I mean, that the idea and notion because the message of the Birdcage at the end of it is fuck it. I don't give a fuck. Like we don't give a fuck. We're gonna live and be who we are, right? He
also
at the end of the movie.
Yeah, also Gene Hackman plays the senator in the film, and sadly he passed last year, and we're really sad about it.
Yeah, he did. He played the Republican senator.
Yeah, and he's great. And the thing is too is like Birdcage came after the devastation of the AIDS crisis.
Yes. Yeah. I was also just on Miami Beach, so I was thinking about talking about that with him, about how I was just on Miami Beach. I went to drag brunch at Palace, and it made me think. That's how I'm going to segue into talking about the Birdcage.
Okay, perfect.
Right, because that's where that took place at a drag bar on Miami Beach.
Yeah.
Let's see who else. I'm going to pull up my list here of people that possible interviews. Well, Jinx Monsoon we have on the podcast tomorrow, so I've done extensive research on her.
I would give my left tit to be able to to be able to do my Judy Garland impression with Jinx Monsoon.
Jinx Monsoon. Yeah.
I want to.
No,
I want to sing. I want to
Did
sing.
you guys not know that Jinx Monsoon's on the pod? I've said it like a million
Wait,
times on my stream.
is this
Nobody
a
watches it.
leak or no?
I've said it on my stream like several times, but nobody gives a shit about Austin shows, so
Oh,
nobody cares. But I've said it so many times, word travels like through quicksand when I say it, evidently. It's not a leak. I've literally said it on the last podcast. But yeah, no, and she's also starring in Dorothy off the West End. It's her first serious emotional role, I think, is what I read.
Jinx is also the first drag queen to
win All Stars and she's like the queen of queens because she won Drag Race and she won like the winners basically.
to play Mama Morton in Chicago. That's what I was going with, but yeah,
she's the queen of queens.
She's the queen of queens.
She's also from Portland, Oregon. She went to Grant High School.
Okay, great.
She started drag at 15 years old and really did that up in Seattle, Washington.
Also, the person
she's California sober.
She also gave us the new J.K. Rowling name, which is Jake Hay Rowling.
Yep.
She gave us that.
I love that. I love that. That clip is amazing, right? The idea, I watched the clip, but like the gist of it is making fun of J.K. Rowling for obviously being transphobic, but also then trying to appear masculine and male presenting in her name to attract more sales for her book or attention to her work.
Robert Galbraith. Yeah. She also is the narcolepsy queen. This is true.
Yeah, she does
queen
have
of narcolepsy. Yeah.
Now, narcolepsy, that is the one that you fall asleep, right?
Yes.
Okay, phew, thank God. Okay. I mean, I don't thank God for that narcolepsy, but more so like, thank God for the fact that I didn't mix it up with seizures. That's epilepsy.
That's epilepsy.
Right.
Yep. You learn something new every day. Also, Tacoma Blues. Thank you.
Also, she's a big gamer. She just recently toured Blizzard. These are all things that are going to be made public on the podcast, but these are notes that.
Yes, these are notes for when you hopefully first talk to Jinx on the red carpet. Obviously,
Luscious Massacre will be
you should talk to, I'm sure people from Hacks will be there like last year. Hannah, Paul Downs, Meg Stalter, who's so fucking funny and just had this incredible bit at the SAG Awards where the bit is that she and Paul Downs had roles in Hamnet and it got cut. So you could mention that and be like, I went to go see Hamnet because I only wanted to see you and Paul Downs. And then I find out that you guys aren't even in it. And then she'll riff off of that. She'll be like, can you believe that?
Oh my God. There's no way I'm going to remember this, Carol.
Then why are you calling me?
Oh my God. Tell me about your outfit.
I am giving you, write this shit down.
I'm writing it down, Caroline. I'm trying to prepare as hard as I can. I'm trying my best. Also, like, none of these people that you're mentioning showed up on my list, my prep list.
Okay, well, they should be on your list.
Okay.
Get this gay man a pen.
Okay, I need to go. I have another fitting I have to go to.
Okay, you know what? Fine, I'm going to give all this stuff to Will.
Well, Will's fantastic. He's like a sponge.
No, I know. I'm gonna write up a bunch of notes
Will, because I've got Nathan Lane handled. I've got Jonathan Bennett handled. I've got Laverne Cox. I've got who else do I have here? I've got Renee Rapp, Bowen Yang. Let's see, who else do I have? Oh, Young Miko is on the carpet. Oh, Maren Morris. I mean, I've got that down.
Okay.
Matt Bomer, Jennifer Lopez.
You got J-Lo down?
Oh, yeah.
Ask her if she know. Ask her if she knows Mariah Carey.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
Be like, Jennifer, do you know Mariah Carey? So then finally she has an opportunity to be like, who is she? I don't know her.
Do you want me to
And
ask that?
turn the tables around.
Would she get mad? Do you think she'd get mad if I asked that?
Oh, JLo would get so pissed. I don't think you're going to. I'm sorry, my love. I don't think you're going to get to talk to JLo.
Oh, well. I'm going to ask her if she's still Jenny.
She is not about this kind of stuff.
Yeah, true. Renee Rapp and Bone Yang, do you know who Hassan is? If Austin gets nervous, he can go to that, actually. Yeah, I know they do.
No, there is so much. There are 1,000 things. 1,000 things to talk about.
The only Hassan stuff I'm going to do is with Jennifer Welch.
Okay. All right. That's fine. That's fine.
And
That's
I can
fair.
go political with that.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask her if there's any.
You can tell Renee Rapp that she was the only good part of Mean Girls, the musical. Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of like a funny, like Republican, political, making fun of Republicans question for Jennifer. Like in an alternative universe, if they weren't a Republican.
Okay. Avantika was great as well. Okay. Sorry.
In an alternative universe, Jennifer, what Republican, if not for being a Republican and homophobic, would be here at the GLAAD Awards? As a gay man.
Yep.
I'm trying to think. I'm just basically trying to have her call. Who would you think? In an alternative universe, if they weren't homophobic and anti-LGBTQ, who do you think it would be in an alternative universe? Caroline?
Hassan Piker. There's where you can bring him up.
Yeah. I think Lindsey Graham.
George Santos. Yeah.
George Santos is already gay. Lindsey Graham, too. Or Trump. Maybe Trump.
I mean, Trump's whole thing is trying to be Mr. Culture, Mr. Arts and Entertainment.
Ted Cruz is too sloppy.
Yeah, no, fuck. Don't even have Ted Cruz's name be brought up in any capacity.
He just looks like fucking, how does he even live with himself, to be honest with you? You know?
I don't know. Every day you got to look in the mirror and see that fucking mug.
Yeah, it's this fucking old sloppy Ted Cruz. Imagine sleeping with that guy. Good
Ew.
God have mercy.
No, and you know what? I don't think his wife does.
Jesus,
I don't think anyone is imagining sleeping with him.
Fucking just melting off of his own body.
Yep. All right. I know you have to go do your fitting.
God. I do.
So go forth.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
All right, we'll talk to you soon.
Okay. Love you.
Love you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Oh my God. All right. I have to pee. Everybody manifest. Wagner Mora. Manifest. Manifest. All right, peeps. Let's all right, I'm at 4.5 hours. Let me game, or else I'm not gonna get to it. Let me game. Let me game. Let the girl game. Let the girl game. Oh my gosh. Okay. 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 All right, you guys, I can't click on any links or else no gaming. I know, there's so much. There's so much. Okay, what the fuck? Category, resident, people. Requiem. Plus, you know what? You should send them all to Austin. We need to send all of it. Okay. Okay. All right. Oh. Okay. All right. Who's hitting on Jesse Buckley? The one and only Nomd. Who I think was a little too excited to see the bride getting critically banned. I was like, Nomd, this is not a house of Jesse Buckley hate. Get out of here. Okay. I am gonna play some Resident Evil Requiem. If you are leaving, tomorrow I will be live at night, per usual. My face will look crazy because I am getting a face laser tomorrow to fix shit that happened from a previous laser that I got. So I will look crazy, but I will be live. Okay. Where am I? Only leaving to avoid spoilers, not to avoid you gaming. You hate me. You hate me! Alright. Gamers, let's lock in. Let me turn scary vibes. Scary. Scary vibes. Pray it goes good. Hydrate the fuck out of yourself. Yeah. Okay, but night to everyone who's leaving. All right, so where was I before? Where was that shortcut to get down? Fuck, I do not remember. Okay, I know I got one detonator part. I need fuel. There's a gas generated. There's a gas powered generator there. Oh, this is the shortcut here. You just got a container key. Yes. That's right. So let me go. This, I think I could use that for that. Is anything gonna pop out? I saw a guy. I saw a guy. And now that guy is dead again. Oh, here's another guy. Oh, this guy. Okay. Okay. Why are you shooting him in the dick? Because I thought the strategy was to shoot them so they kneel, although I always miss their knees, and then I slash them in the head. But, it's not really working. Because I keep shooting him in the dick instead. Sasha, thank you for the 34 months. Okay. Is this another container? Would you say this game is better than Village? This game is really good. I like Leon. He's my guy. So that's a big plus. There were certain puzzles in Village that were some of my favorite of all time. Oh, fuck me. God damn it. Okay. When you have the opportunity to snipe, you must. Woo! Okay, where the fuck are these containers? You have to pray like the sniper in Saving Private Ryan. Yeah. Oh, there's a thing up there. How do I... Oh. Okay. Uh-oh. These guys are popping out like daisies. Oh, fuck. This is one of those... Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? Can I sneak up? Yup. Yup! Woo! Yesterday, someone suggested you play Sniper Elite, and I'm here to provide their call. Or renew their call. I do like sniping. Wait, so how do I get in this container? This is one of the containers? Yeah? Okay. How do I unlock it? Is this it? Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, what are we working with in here? Okay. All right. Wait, Leon, you're okay. You're still alive. Right? Wait, how did that happen? Oh my God, I'm rusty. I did kind of just... I think I kind of always... Fucking hell. I think I always kind of think that Leon just has... He's unkillable. But, I guess not. Yeah, I'm always like, it's okay, you can walk it off. You know? Okay. Now, ain't no Ain't no getting me this time. He gets stronger when he wears his crop top. I know. Like, how do I get that crop top? I'm gonna sneak up on this. Sneaky sneaks. Oh my God! Woo! God, he's sick. I know. I'm like, how could this man die? He's so sexy. When you're that sexy, you just can't. They can't kill you. They'll try to kill you. Love this Raccoon City level because it reminds me of RE4. Yeah, this definitely feels like very Resident Evil. And I think that's why Will likes it a lot. Machine gun. Okay, now these guys ain't gonna get me this time. Go to that 7-Eleven and get a Twinkie. Yeah, that sounds... Bye. Okay. God, how did I miss that? This guy is selling! Nope, not again. Told you. Wait, what? This guy is still... No. Oh my God. Oh my God. Right in the skull. Fuck. Woo. Oh, I guess there was this thing that I could have thrown, but, you know. Whatevs. Wait, what is this? A semi-automatic marksman rifle. Wait, I got another rifle. Oh. Wait, that's good. Is that better than... I'm assuming that's better than... Okay, I'm gonna go sell my other rifle. No? Wait, why? God, I love this. God, I love the rifle. Don't sell it. Okay. I mean... All right. I guess I'll just keep going. Keep going? Keep going. Keep going. The old rifle is more powerful. Then why did they give me... Wait, what? I've already been there. Speed versus power. Is this the end of the road here? That new rifle is automatic. Okay. shit. Okay. Let's do some hand grenade that disperses a powerful shockwave when it explodes. And then gunpowder small. Okay. Mixed ab. All right. So I can't go this way. So now where the fuck? I thought I used to be able to climb on cars. What has happened? You need fuel. Yeah, why don't any of these cars have fuel? I have to go buy it? Caroline, he's 51. So? Okay, where the hell is fuel for the gas-powered generator? Wait, there's one there. There's a gas-powered generator there. And there. Mystico, thank you for the raid. Johnny, thank you for the bits. Wait, girl, what? Wait, what girl? Girl, what? Okay, I already have that. Oh, there's a gas station. Okay. Like, right here. Okay. Yep. Okay. How does we get in? Like, you know what I mean? Can't he just hop that shit? But girl, the ramifications. Fuck the ramifications. No, his knees are achy. Well, how... What is this ladder? That ladder is not in use. Oh, ram these fications. Ram these fications. Hi, I'm all alone. Oh, this ladder. Oh, excuse me. Aha. Yes. Okay. Got it. Ain't no stopping me now. Boo-boo-da-boo-da-boo. Look at his posture. You think he is hopping this shit? Yeah! Look at that! Those knees can take a lot. Not what they used to, but... Where the hell is Ada Wong? Where's that baddie? Need a container for the fuel. But of course. Container this, container that. Contain her? I hardly know her. Okay, so that's how I get in there. And that's how I get in there. So, here we go. See, them knees are... Knees are hurting. Because these just has been jumping down.
Gotta fill this up.
Gotta fill this up. It won't run without fuel. Okay, so... Let's get some... What?
Let me guess. You must be the town lumberjack.
Motherfucker. You think you're really something. Ah! Wait, can I pick this up like I did last time? Yes. Let's fucking go. Yep. How you like that? This is my chainsaw now. Oh, excuse me. That's my shit. No! Give it back. How the fuck do I... Hold on. God damn it! Let me just have my chainsaw! Coming to daddy. Okay. Yes. Nice, Leon! Yeah! Go crazy on him. Damn it. They keep taking my... I do love shotgunning this. Ah! What? Oh! Jesus! Oh! Okay, see, that's how like The Walking Dead, they get them. Oh, fuck me. No, don't get my chainsaw. No, that is mine. I'm on fire. Oh, there's another one! No, Leon, no! Wait, you can't go out with a shoulder bite. No! Okay, I have a new plan. I have a new plan. Hold on, watch me. Fuck! No, that's not what I meant. Damn it! I definitely got cornered by the zombies. They did get the best of me. But I've got a new strategy. It's gonna be sick. Oh! Okay! Okay, nope. That's not... It's not exactly... Yeah, got him. See ya, bitch. Okay, that guy was... It was quick. Okay. Just wait. Just wait for the new strategy. Yep, okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. Oh. Okay. Sick. Some of these guys, kind of fast. And I also am missing. Okay, where did the thing go that I need? Bleep, 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 bleep. I need the... Okay, the little fuel. Little fuel tank. Right here. Okay. Gas tank. Okay, got that.
Gotta fill this up.
Yep. Yep, you do. There's no power. Yep. Exactly. Okay. All right. Here we go.
Let me guess.
Let me guess.
You must be the town lumberjack.
Okay. Get that guy. Check your surroundings. Not even a chance. Not even a chance. Who's next? Okay. That guy's got a bomb. Oh my god. Now watch. Oh. Shit. Okay. Got her. See ya. Okay. Just keep running. Just keep running. Yo! This is when we go crazy town. Yeah! Okay. I don't know why. Ah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Why do I have my rifle? Okay, boom. Blast him. Blast him. Where is... Who's got it? Who's got it? This guy? See ya. Okay. Now I pick it up again. And now we go American Psycho. Okay. Who done eat this chainsaw in the face next? Here's this guy. Woo! Oh, we got dueling chainsaws? Yeah! My chainsaw is better than yours! Die, bitch! How is this guy still alive? We're touching chainsaw tips. Yeah! Woo-hoo! Damn! What is that? Damn, that went crazy town. We touched chainsaw tips. Whew. First try. Can you believe it? Bruce Campbell would be so proud. Gas can with fuel. Okay. Got it.
All right.
Got it. Bro, I wish I could bring this chainsaw with me. Alright, this fire's kind of getting cray. Probably should bounce. Let's figure out. Oh, this way. What's that noise? Here we go. Okay. Woo! Hopefully this thing is never ending. All right, now that shit's open. Okay. That's done. Gas-powered generator. Great. Watch this. Ha! Dude, sick. Sick! Sick, dude. Okay. Now, Central can't wait. Where? Incomplete bomb. Wait, how did I run past that? Where the fuck? Wait, so it's back over here? Is it this thing? Yep. Perf. Shocked the gas station hasn't exploded. Yeah. Gas everywhere. Flames. All right, we're heading into some... Like a bridge over troubled water. Oh my god, I love supplies. He's like, damn, okay, my knees are actually starting to hurt. Some scrap. Love it. Okay. Let's do sneak. Sneak attack. God, I love when he decapitates. Oh! Wait, how do I throw this thing? Blow up! Okay, you know, close enough. Skull in the back of the head. Yes! Woo! Oh my god. I swear they're getting smarter. They're getting better moves, but so am I. I gotta do the axe throwing thing more. That move is sick. Let's jump down. Whoa. We don't use ladders. No ambulance for me. I just said we don't use ladders. Leon, don't embarrass me now. Help! I've fallen and I can't get up. I feel like there's gonna be some shit. Leon needs a life alert button, and I'll be his first responder. Ooh. All right. Check your surroundings. Can't go this way. Why is it always a dark sewer area? I know. Sick. 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 Oh! Didn't even know there was a third. Not to worry. Can't even respect my axe sharpening time. I know. What the hell kind of bullshit is this? Oh, hell no. These little fuck-ass spiders. And this little fuck-ass... Oh, I forgot to get the raccoon in the station, but that's okay. Yeah, those are the baby spiders, by the way. These are the tiny ones. Sometimes these guys really can take quite a few hits. So you just gotta really beat the shit out of them. Oh. There's that. There's that one. Dead. That's why the little baby spiders are by themselves. Okay. Let's go this way. Ooh. Oh my god! Oh, I did not see that fucking guy. Damn! Sometimes they do be sneaking up on you. Yeah, but it's chill because Leon just simply can't die. Even when he does die, he doesn't really die. Okay. I need to get up. Where's the stairs? So I go this way? Yeah, there we go. I know he does spend a lot of time in creepy sewers. Oh. Here I am. Okay. That's not right, is it? Need to go back down. Huh. My work here in the sewer is not done. Okay. Now, how do I get to here? So if I go... There's a container. Always be looting. Also, don't I need to put, like... Don't I need to put the gas somewhere? Go north? Which way is north? This way? Oh. Oh. No. So this is west. That's south. Can you unlock this door that's red? See, that's what I'm trying to figure out. What is this way? Okay, new sewer location. We definitely haven't been here before. Keep an eye out. There we go. Okay, that's unlocked. So that takes me up. But then there's the container. And then I need to get... Wasn't there like a thing inside? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, they be all around. Okay, let me grab. Hello. That guy fell. See, I want to use... Okay, I want to practice my spear throwing. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. What the fuck? Hold on a second. Watch this. Oh, this guy's moving crazy. Oh! Okay! That guy kept fucking moving. Okay, we're just going crazy town. No! 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 Don't slam my face in, please! No! Fuck. Where is it going to take me back? Am I going to kill myself? Oh, that's a joke. That's a joke. Nope. Okay. Okay, that was... What is the strategy again with these tumor heads? Okay, so there's this guy. Let me fucking kill him. Okay. Kill this guy. Oh, excuse me. Dick shot him. See, I want to practice. Okay. No more dick shots. Fuck. Nice. Okay, that's that good shit. And then... Yes. That's what it's about. And then this thing, like that. But then this guy... Okay, so I'm gonna hit him. I'm gonna hit him. And then I do this. Yes. Nice. And then, boom! Alright, that's how we fucking Resident Evil. That's how we goddamn RE. A charm for sniper rifles increases firepower only when the scope is not equipped. Okay. Tracking module. Wait, what are those tracking? Oh, I forgot I can buy stuff when I have. I feel like I'm getting a hella supplies though. Hella supplies. And yet another Mark Tower. Okay, so where's that thing? Where's that charm? Touch parts. Can deliver serious power. The scope can be swapped out. That's the semi-automatic. Okay. So if I go to use that. Is that the scope? Is that what a scope is? That's the scope. Okay. So if I take that out. Okay. Increases fire. How do I know if it's equipped? Examine. You unequipped it. Okay, so if I go here, now it's on. Now it's on. And now that's off. Okay. Okay, great. It's this way. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, fuck. Okay, let me combine some stuff. Okay. Okay, combine. Damn, I have so much shit. A device restored can be redeemed for credits. Oh, I have hella credits. more gunpowder. I can go back to my place at some point. Aw, Gma. Thank you, Gma. Is that it in here? Applegate Hotel. Wait, shotgun shells. Gma, thank you for the raid. Hope you're doing well. Raiders, welcome in. We're doing a little bit of late night gaming. We've been playing some Resident Evil, and it is so fun. Okay, I can't go that way. I've been having some late night Mark Towers and yet another Mark Tower. Okay, well, all right. Okay. So, great. Okay. So, okay. And I am telling you now, the question city is, where else do I need to go put this fuel? Gma, you should join us and evil that resident. Evil that resident. Up the elevator near camp. Yep. I gotta figure out how do I go back. So do I have to go? I can't go that way. If I go this way. I have what's called map blindness. For those of you who are new. My daughter finished this game morning and she loved it. It's amazing. The same way you came from, I don't remember which way I came from. It is a serious condition. Okay, I've definitely seen that guy. Oh, I have to go back the subway. Okay, so this way. I gotta go down. I'm going down. Now he can talk about it openly. Yeah, it is really nice when someone finally finishes the game and you're like, oh, thank goodness. Oh, hello. Sir! Okay, let's try these knees. Oh my god, this guy. Oh! Leon, don't fucking die, dude. Don't die. Okay, I'm trying to practice this. I'm trying to practice the, like, hitting them in the knees. Okay. Woo! Shoot him in. Well, I've been shooting them in the dick. Anonymous gift, thank you so much. I have been shooting them in the dick, and I'm trying to not shoot them in the dick, because that is not what works. Anonymous gifter, thank you for the gifted to Gma. Map blindness is adjacent to horse blindness, but are separate afflictions. Yes.
You still think about what happened there?
What?
Every day.
Oh, sorry.
That night.
Sorry. Oh. Okay, am I going? What the fuck?
I was just a kid. Scared and confused.
Do I want to go
Grace
down?
must feel the same right now.
Sorry.
Sorry. This isn't the time. We need to focus.
My god, trauma? Everybody's got trauma. Okay, so I want to go this way. Anyway, as somebody who has map blindness and horse blindness, let me tell you that it's really hard. You want the other. So this one. Listening and learning. Yes, thank you. A lot of people don't understand. And we fear what we don't understand. Is horse blindness like bird blindness? No, because it's for horses. It is a totally separate thing. Okay. Let's see what I got. Oh my god, I'm rich. Oh, would you look at that? Silencer, powerful and precise handgun. What can I buy? Let's see. What do I even need? Should I take this body armor? Oh my god, wait. I have so much money. I can buy that. I can buy anything. Sell your old pistol. Wait, should I buy the silencer and then sell this handgun? The alligator snapper. Oh, the fuck? Buy, sell. Okay, selling that. Oh, this one's called the Gal. God, I have a lot of weapons. Okay, I already got the armor. Oops, didn't mean to click out. Buy, and now I'm gonna buy. Wait, I just bought that. I want this. Oh, body armor level 2. Yeah, I'm rich. Okay. And then tune up. Let's do this. Custom part allows for quicker aiming and more precise shooting. Yep, great. Extra stability. Love it. Love it. Increased ammo. Great. Keeps everything squeaky clean. Sell the classic sniper. Oh. Okay, kind of spending some money now. Oh. Okay. Whoa. Okay, so if I go to sell, I'm gonna sell this. Wait, no, isn't the classic the one that I'm using right now? I like that one. I like that one. She is an old trusty gal. It's the one that I have. It's the one that I have. Okay, I'm gonna sell this one. The marksman shoots a lot faster. Yeah, but I don't really need that for my rifle. I'm gonna sell that, and then I'm gonna tune up. I'm gonna tune up this. Let's see. Let's see. More ammo means high capacity mag. Okay. Near silent firing increases firepower. Wait, what? What happened? Wait, I sold both? Wait. How did that happen? Is that why I got extra rich? They're both gone. That's okay, because I can just buy it, right? Right? Yeah. I got gun blindness too, apparently. Okay. Woo! Oh my god. Crap. Some scary stuff. Jeez. Okay, what else should I... Steady firing? Sure. True requires literal force, making it easier to fire? Okay. You have to re-equip the charm. Do I have to buy the charm again? Or do I still have it? How the fuck did I even sell that? Okay, I already still have it. I don't understand, like, what happened. Okay. Quicker aiming. Oh, I think I just spent hella money. I mean, honestly, the shotgun's kind of my fave. Custom part. What did that do? I don't know. I don't know. What am I doing? Check the specs. I have spec blindness. You know I definitely can't do that. The barrel upgrade does more power. Okay. What about the Requiem? Oh, this thing's awesome. Oh. Oh. These charms. I don't have these charms. The barrel. Okay, so do the barrel upgrade on the shoddy. This one. Okay. Okay. Anything else? I mean, I got these kind of nice and upgraded. What about my hatchet? What can we do? Razor sharp? Yeah, let's do that. Nice. Okay, now I'm broke. So now I gotta do this charm. Where's... Wait, where's the charm? Oh, Sam Raid. Sam Raid. Thank you, Sam. Welcome. Welcome, Raiders. Charm is in the bottom. Okay, so click this. And then I do that. Okay. So now that is good to, that's good. That is good. And I haven't saved in 10 years. Anyway, Raiders, I hope you're doing well. am still playing Resident Evil. Sell the guy. I don't really use this machine gun. I don't know. Is it worth? All right. I mean, what's the other machine gun? Spudding, thank you for the 30. You will use it. This one, I'm broke. I gotta kill some zombs. I mean, I guess I could sell one hand grenade, but... Oh, wait, that's 6. Oh, wait. What do I need? 200? Oh. Here, let me sell... I'll just sell some scrapperino. Okay, and then... I'm gonna... Wait. Did I do that right? What did I just do? I don't know. I just made some moves. Why? What did I just buy? Wait, what did I buy? I bought the shotgun? Oh my god. This is why this game takes me... These games take me forever to finish. I bought this. Okay, I don't want that. Holy shit. I do want this. Why do I have an extra $1,000? I don't know. Cause you wait, cause I saw. Oh, cause I sold the grenade too. Oh my god, that's crazy. Whatever. Oh my god. Okay, it's fine. All right, we're good. We're good. Maybe I will figure it out before I finish this game. The shop is the hardest boss. All right, what is next? This thing. Hold on. Already got that thing. Elevator. Already got that thing. So now I go here. Okay, and now I go... Nope. God, I like do not remember this shit at all. I gotta go down. Gotta go down the hatch. Okay. And then I go this way. That's right. Does anyone remember what time Austin goes live for Glavord? I think he said he's gonna go... Oh wait, I'm out of fuel? The fuck? I think he said he's gonna go live around 3:30. It is Austin, so he's usually a little bit later. And then I feel like the red carpet starts around 4. Oh my god. See, another hand grenade. We're fine. Oh.
Right, I can use that.
Okay, that's... Then use it. Oh, hell yes. That was sick, Leon. You're showing them that you still got it. Zipline gives me the ick? Pray tell. Do you mean Leon ziplining gives you the ick, or just in general you get the ick whenever anyone's like, I really love ziplining? That's a red flag. You meet the person of your dreams, and then you find out that they love to zip line. You go, well, I guess that's it. Whereas me, if I had the opportunity to zip line everywhere, I would do it. Okay, how do I... Yep, that's not right. Do I shoot this thing? Is that what the yellow is telling me? Yes, it is. I am learning how to game. Would you fucking look at that? Sometimes you guys think that after all this time, I haven't learned shit. And then I go, oh yeah? Watch me. Okay, wait, is that it? Is that all that was in there? Why do I hear something crazy? So, do I just zip line back? No, it's got to be in this tower. Okay. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. It's got to be. Got to be up here. What is this? Ice cold beer. Get your. Oh, right here. Get your ice cold beer. Oh, climb up. Do I like jump and do it at the same time or no? Okay, sick. Whoa, this is crazy. Leon, you crazy. Damn, okay. Wow, this place is falling the fuck. How do I get to that though? Can I just jump? Okay. Yep. Dude, he is gonna need to ice those knees though. We've been doing a lot of knee work. Oh. Whoa. Oh, here we go. Oh, shit! Was that good? I guess. Can you send me and my BF best wishes? We're flying to Mexico in 3 hours. My BF hates flying. Yeah. I'm hoping that the plane doesn't go down. And I'm sure it won't.
Oh, fuck.
What? Wait, did that just kill me? Okay, well, there's one person going down here, and it's me in this game. Damn. Fuck. Okay, once again. No, get out. Move.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, fuck. Okay, and then I gotta go. Yep. Got it. Okay. Get your boyfriend. Get your boyfriend a Xanax. And by that, I am not a doctor. Oh my god. Wait, shit. Is this thing gonna... Okay, Leon, dude. Oh, shit. Oh my god, where's that guy? Where? Where? Is this, bro? Oh, shit! Oh my god! Wait, that guy's got a fucking bomb. Hold on, I have an idea. I'm gonna take them all out. Boom, baby! Oh! I did not mean to do that. I forgot I had those in my head. Oh my god, I just shot his fucking skull. Skull brains. Wait, you guys, hold on a sec. Can we just like have a truce? Because I really don't think we should be... I'm really not sure about fighting on this class, you know? Okay, let me try this tactic. Oh! Oh, shit! Oh, wait! That gives me an idea. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Nice! That's how you're thinking with glass. Now we're gaming.
Time to find a
Okay.
way up.
The game told you that and you skipped it. Yeah. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I do that because I also have zombie blindness. And I wish people understood. Okay, how do I get up? You know, honestly though, I think it's a testament to me being able to figure stuff out without reading what the game is telling me. This level's very gray. Okay. How do I? Must get up. Oh. I see. Wait. I don't know. Oh. Oh. Okay. Well then. Well. That was... That was crazy. Hey, how the fuck? I think I gotta go this way. Yeah, that guy was just kind of snoozing. Here's another one. Oh, excuse me. Okay. What does that do? Nothing. What about this thing? What about if I just kind of jump up? These cabinets? Do you hear the people sing? Oh. Yes. Oh my God, what is that? Who's got the machine gun? Wait, who is that? Okay. Now, what the hell? Wait, do I have to do that shit again? Oh my God. Okay, that is... Oh! Shit. Oh! Leon. Wait, what are you doing? Wait, brother. Oh, God. Nice. Wow. Oh, this guy. Why could I don't know why I like could not shoot though. Watch this. Yes. Die, bitch. Okay, yeah. Now I just need this guy. Can I get both of them to stand on it? Yes. Wait, shit. Nice. Woo! Okay, the music is still going, so there's gotta be another guy. There's gotta be more guys. And then I go up here, and then there's gonna be more guys. I think. Will Neff. Thank you for the raid. Wait, who the fuck is that? Oh, it's this bro. Oh! Oh God, Leon! It's okay. You are fine, brother. Will, thank you for the raid. What up, everybody? Yep, see ya. Okay, who is throwing bombs at me? This guy's going crazy with whatever he's got going on. Cracking domes. See ya. Woo! Smart man, thank you for the raid. Soul Boot, thank you for the 19 months. You guys ever seen some... You guys ever seen sick gaming like this? Caroline, do you also hate Yorgos Lanthimos? No, I don't love all his films, but I do not hate him the way that Will does. Will has passionate hate in his heart.
Okay, let's find those detonator parts.
Did he just go on a rant again? How many times has he ranted about Yorgos? Oh my God. Oh, sick. Sick. Lots of supplies. Love it. A part for a detonator switches the current. Okay, so this is part number 2. Brainiac, thank you for the 25 months. Now,
picked up the relay.
I just need one more.
Okay, one component left. By the way,
did somebody I feel like people love to get him going on Yorgos and Andor and I don't know, the same 5 things.
Heard they had an internal dispute. Think it's related?
That's all I've got. There's been an increase in government surveillance. Looks like my fan base is growing.
Some things never change. Watch your back. I'll contact you again soon.
Will, did you finish Resident Evil? Oh. I heard you went on a Yorgos tear again. Alright. Where am I? I got my second part. Why? Haven't you done that a bunch?
Yeah.
What got you going? So did somebody bait you?
You know, just
Did you get baited? Did you get baited? Where are you at in the game? You're further than I am? Did you get all 3 of the pieces? How did he take off his clothes so fast? Was he shirtless? Are you shirtless? I don't know. I feel like he's shirtless more on my stream than he is on his own. No, he's a podcast in the morning, so no Requiem tonight. And yes, he was baited by like 20 chatters. Oh, I knew it. Oh, classic. That's what we call a classic. Okay, so where's the last thing? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I got a job to do. Hey, buddy. God, that is so fun. God, why is sniping so fun? I feel like I could just do that for a long time. Okay, wait, what was I doing? I was looking for the last.
That'll get me down.
That'll get me down. Okay, so we'll go get that. Here's that thing. She does not have sniper blindness. No. It's not one of the blindnesses that I have. I have horse blindness, I have map blindness, I have zombie blindness. I have buying and selling guns blindness. Okay, so let's go over to that thing. I just got a lot going on. Okay. Where is he? Where are ya? Come to daddy. Okay, that one I hit the ceiling, but it would have been a sick shot. Will sold and actually bought his guns multiple times. Okay, see, it's not just me. I'm gonna sneak up on this guy. Watch this. Oh my god, that guy came down out of the thing. Whoa! Whoa! Okay. Who's blowing what up? Okay. Hold on. Okay, now watch this. Huzzah! Ooh! Okay, that was a dick shot. I do recognize that that was a dick shot, but watch this. Okay, pick it up. Come on, bruh. Woohoo! How you like me now? Now watch this motherfucking drive. We got more of these bozos up here. Okay. Oh! Almost used a fucking bomb! I'm just gonna take the shoulder hit. I have so many weapons. I just have so many. Oh, Leon, you're fine. You're fine. It's a scratch. Okay, and then I do that, and then watch this. And I throw this, and I go right in the skull. And then, boom! Sick! Okay, and then that guy threw that, and he missed, because he's an idiot. Okay, and then watch this. Okay, she's pissed. Then I'm gonna shoot her in the leg. And then I go, wha-bam. Why are the ladies in the old-timey dresses? I don't know. And then, okay, that guy missed because he's also an idiot. And then I go, well, bam. And then, because it's so fun doing this, I go, well, bam. All right, you want this too? Okay, that was a crazy shot. Okay, that I deserved. That one I deserved. Okay, this guy is dying. What is dissolving? Okay. Woo! Wow! This is so exciting. Poppy, thank you for the tier 1. Cece, thank you for the gifted. Ooh. Lord. Oh, can I shoot that? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Oh my god! Okay. Watch this. Okay. You know, sometimes they just move faster than you expect them to. She can't come up, right? Yup, yep, she can. What the fuck? Okay, Leon, this is really, this is embarrassing. Whew. But then we always get it done. It's how we do it. Nobody is missing axe throws. And then 2 seconds later, nailing it. It's all about keeping yourself humble. You can't be too good. And then, whoa! Sometimes we have a little fun here. You gotta.
Now for the other side.
Now for the other side, brother. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. This way, this way. Whew. What? Yeah, okay. Sometimes these guys, they really actually don't need to be shot in the dick. Whoa! Fuck me! Just, you know what? I'm axing this guy. I'm axing this guy. Just knock his ass off. Come on, Leon. Nothing like the quiet click. Watch this. I'm gonna sneak up on this guy because he forgot I'm here. He has amnesia. Jay Dilla! Try your machine gun? Oh, yeah, wait, I forgot I have that. Jay, thank you for the raid. Watch this shit. Ah! Oh my god! No, I'm dying! Okay, wait, the machine gun is like kind of good. Yeah, that was not exactly how I thought it was gonna go down. Watch this shit, and then I almost died. Sometimes when I say watch this shit, I mean don't watch. Uh-oh, I hear... Okay. Yes! Dude, enough with the shooting the legs. It's... Come on. Fuck. Like, that is not the Leon way. Leon's got those sick moves. Alright, this guy's going kind of cray. Oh my... Okay, I did not see that coming. Where? Who was that?
Now for the other side.
What? Oh, you're kidding me. I cannot believe that happened. Did he just silly salmon off the cliff? That was like, honestly, kind of humiliating. That is one of the worst ways to go out, you know? Let me just snipe some of these fools. You got the ick? I kind of got the ick too. I know, this is so embarrassing. Okay, that was... Yeah, bro. Okay, can I have that? Thank you, because you threw it at me. Where is it? Whoa. Oh my god, this guy is crazy. Fuck me. See? No, but I do have to hit this fool in the legs because I gotta... Fuck, Leon! You're getting demolished, and it's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. Why? See, there we go. Okay, now I kick this dude, and now I axe him in the head. See, that's the move that I'm going for. That's what I'm trying to get done. That guy threw a rat at me? I know. Okay, sometimes it is so hard to tell. Where are these fools coming from? Wait, watch this. Okay, I just need them to get closer. Yup, yup. There's one. And then watch this. Cannot even see where this guy is. Okay, this guy. Okay, I cannot see shit. Okay, that guy just exploded. Okay. Okay, okay, this is a... How many are there of these guys? Leon, you gotta run, brother! I need this chainsaw. Thank you. Wait, fuck, it broke. All right. Let me just... Last guy here. Okay, that was sick. Woo! I know, damn it, -1 chainsaw though. Where's... Watch this. Kind of. Okay, that was kind of cool, right? That was actually kind of cool. That was cinematic as hell. Now that's how you do cinema. You're getting crazy war points. I know, dude. Wait, where's the rifle ammo? Like, that's kind of what it's all about. On the metal walkway. Nice. It's kind of all about the aura. Where are these? Where are they? Leon is so freaking fun. Like, that's my dude. That's my guy.
Hopefully this thing still works.
Only one way to find out. Wait, is there loot in here? Oh, there's this. Okay. Wait, how have I been? Has I been leaving stuff on the table? What is going on? Where is... Okay, wait. Right here. Nope. Am I crazy? Oh, wait. What is this? Hold on. How do I... There's a ladder. Go through that door. Which one? This? This one? Oh, mama. Oh, shit. Body armor repair? Yeah, I think so. Let's do a little tune-up, shall we? Shall we? Custom part that keeps everything squeaky clean. What have I not upgraded? Okay, this guy. More ammo, okay. Stop, no. You can upgrade the shotgun barrel. This guy. Oh, it's expensive. That's okay. Because I can always just kill more. She's rich. She's rich, folks. Some upgrades have 2 levels. Silencer. Okay. These are the 2 that I use the most, so that's why I... Okay, wait. That's good enough, because I'm kind of broke. Let me hit a savey poo. I'll upgrade the rifle next time. Okay, so there is that. Damn. Leaving stuff on the board. Which is not ABL. Mitch, thank you for the 35 months. Where's my fucking... This... Wait, I can't jump back up there. What did I just do? What have I done? Wait, I'm gonna sneak up behind this guy. Smooth operator. A good stopping point is after the section that comes after collecting all the parts. Oh my god. Wait, it's already 12:30? What? Okay. Let me just keep going. I can be a little loose with the ABL. I may loose with the ABL because I want to get to the next part. With the apple. Apple. A
Now
name, a beautiful name for a baby girl. Wait, now what? What? Hello?
You'll have to take the next one.
God, I love him. Yep, see ya. Oh! I told you you have to take the next one. Ah, what the fuck? How do I do the cool thing? Wait, how do I do the thing where he like holds it up close and he kind of... Wait, is it this? See, I'm trying to do the like... And he like shoots him. Yeah, okay, there you go. There you go, bruh. There you go. Knock him off. Oh! God, these guys are like... Or am I still alive? Is this part of it? Oh.
This is my lucky day.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I hope you like blowing up. Oh, mind your surroundings. Sometimes you just want to get them all at once, you know? Oh, fuck me. God damn it. Like, do I have to kill all these guys or I'll just keep going? God, how many times am I getting hit with that click? Wow, okay. Whoa. Sometimes I do like to go crazy mode, though. Oh, I've already been here. I know where this is. I know where this is. Yeah. I'm out. I am. Okay. Where's the last... I got that one. Next part is on the yellow marker. This one? I already got that one. Okay. No. No, I haven't. I have game blindness. Very sensitive. Yeah. Okay. Making it easier to fire. Barrel. Okay. Broke. Last container is in the camp. Do I have to go get more, do I have to go get more fuel? No. Okay. In the camp. So do I go over the bridge? What's next? Wait, there's shotgun shells. Hello? Sitting right here? Oh my god. Oh. Yep, okay. Hello. Now... how do I get in this? I get inside first. Let me make some stuff. No more scrap. But I can combine these. Okay. Yep. A 0 death run. Oh! Here's this fucking guy. Damn girl, you keep your inventory like this? Hell yeah, I do. Do I go? No. No. Okay. Here. I could have sworn that I already did this, but I guess not. Ah. Thought I went into the Cedar Brook Apartments. But I guess I didn't. You went down. Oh. Okay. Okay, I remember going up that. Obviously, because I shot the ladder down. So now I go... okay. Now I go this way. Can't go that way. Decided to stay away through the hangover? Oh my god. I just passed a almost 1 a.m. hangover. From the night before, or a slot for a crank? Okay, bruh. He wants to fight. Then we fight. I guess I jump down here. Okay. Is it just me or is Leon getting like hotter? Oh, there's this guy. Whoa! Who's got that thing? Oh. Oh, okay, that guy moved. That guy wasn't supposed to move, and then he moved. God, it's so satisfying shooting their helmets off. Love it. I know, it is always kind of funny when they have their machine guns and they're going cray. Once a soldier, always a soldier. Okay, and now I have the crank, and now I run up here. Fuck, this guy's got a thing in his hand. Is it putting it in my skull? Wait, I'm trying to shoot. Up, run. Run! I was trying to shoot the bomb in his hand. But then I guess I realized I could have just let it go off. They're not as tanky on hard mode. They take like 7 to... I don't think it would be fun at all to play on hard mode. I would very much not enjoy it. Strats for next time is you just let the bomb go off. See? Now we're thinking with bombs.
Part should be just up here.
Now we're thinking with grenades. Should be just up here, but first we got up here. But first, let me just see what dropped down. Watch this. Yup. Stacked hand grenade. A hand grenade with another one attached to the bottom. Double the grenades. Double the explosion. And let me get what is in this. Okay. Now I go back up. Double the fun! Has Will been doing it on hard mode this whole time? That's insane. It's crazy how fast you can beat this. I started on a new run during your stream. I just beat it at 4. What? You can beat this game in 4 hours? How is that possible? Well, I'm sorry, but where the hell did that come from? This guy up here? Okay, he's just like letting off. The record is 2 hours? How? Are you not ABLing at all? Wait. Is that guy still, is he still kicking? Or is there another guy? Where is he? You just run. Yeah, I mean, I guess I kind of do take my sweet ass time. Whoa. Get in the house. I know, but we're ABLing, you know what I mean? Oh my god, we just all got blown to hell. Fuck. Are you fucking kidding me? Can I please? Can I? Who is shooting them things? What? This is happening! Wait, where do I go? I'm getting blown. Well, not like that, but should I go up here? Who's shooting them? Oh, I see. Whoa! Damn, Leon. Oh! That shot just sent me flying. Okay. Are you not gonna like, are none of these guys gonna get blown up? Fuck this. Oh my god. Whoever is shooting them off is really going nuts. What? Okay, get me up here. Let me take this bitch out. Fuck, Leon, you're dying. Oh my god. Okay. All right. God damn it. You gotta do something, brother. Bro. Fuck. What the hell? Okay. New plan. Yep. Okay. First, I take this guy out. And then I run. We've got to go. Then I go in here. Oh my god. Oh. Okay, am I supposed to take out the dudes? Or do I just have to run for cover? Nice shot. Thank you. Okay. Holy fuck. I'm scared. Let me wait for the next. Alright, send him. Fuck, we're gonna back. Yep. Okay, go. Get in there. Get in there, Henny. Get in there, Henny. Oh god, that was... Okay, that was a crazy shot. Okay. Now... I forget there's always like two. Okay, go. Run in here. Take cover. Take cover. Reload. There we go. Oh, here's this guy. Okay, there's that one. Sometimes I'm like, this is about to be a sick shot. Okay, now we run up here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Yup. Oh, here we go. This guy. You can't see anything. Okay. That thing is about to blow! Ah! This shit's crazy! Wait, Leon, run! Who's shooting me? There's some guy. There's some guy. Fuck. Okay, was it that guy? Gotta get under a roof. Fuck, these roofs are all gone. Oh god. Okay, back down here. Hold on, let me just regroup for a sec. Oh my god, Leon. Okay, like up here? Ah! Brother, run! Get under here. Get under here. Okay. Now. Oh, fuck me. Okay, switch to the shotty. Okay. Okay. My man's is going nuts. Oh my god. I just want to see a win. I just want to have a win. But where's this last bomb? Okay, let me run across here. Whoa. I need a max speed. Okay, where is it coming from? Fuck, this is no roof. What direction is it coming from? God damn it. I just have to loot. What is wrong with me? He's up to the right. Okay, I gotta go up here. This way. Oh, this fucking guy. Oh, I'm about to get bombed to shit. Okay. Shoot him. Shoot him. Oh, shit. Why is this guy not dying? There we go. Ooh, Legolas! Bring him down! Bring him down, Legolas! Oh, wait, I could have used this thing? Are you kidding me? Can I just use it for fun? Wait, that was fun. That was fun. We'll grab a repair kit from container 2 in the central camp. Broken signal receiver. It's broken and needs a tool. Okay, but I got all 3 parts. The hobbits. They're going to Isengard. Okay, so that is some good stuff. Now we're just gonna loot. We won. Game over. That was wild. Oh, I see. This guy's up here, and then you could go there. And then I go, "What's up, dude?" And then he's like,
What's up? Oh, that had to have hurt. For sure. See, sometimes I feel like... Okay. Fuck! I'm losing my touch. Okay. I'm losing my touch. Oh, shit.
Here.
Yeah, boom. Nice. Nice. Mortar! Okay, where do I go to find this? Should I go back to... Oh. There's repair kit. In camp. So I gotta go back to camp. How do I get off this freaking roof? Hey, lady. God, get me the fuck out of here. Nice. Gotta get to camp, gotta get to camp.
Found the signal receiver.
Whoa!
Broken.
Can you fix it?
I'll see what I can
Can I
do.
just jump off this roof? Or no? Okay. 48 years. You guys keep saying that shit. And I need you to understand that 48 is young. He's practically a newborn baby. Oh my god, a motorcycle? Are you frackin' kidding me?
Beautiful.
Still in good condition?
Just need to get through that gate.
Oh, hell yeah! Dude, get on it. Wait, destroy the gate. Dude. Wait, how do I get on the motorcycle? So where's the freaking thing?
That took longer than planned.
Yep. Destroy the gate
Luckily, I
first.
found a
Okay.
bike. Should make up for lost time.
Great. You'll need it.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Sherry. Damn! Wait, can I have my motorcycle now? Yes. Yes! Oh no. He's flying. Oh no. Dude. Wait, am I in control? Or is this... Yes.
All right. Should make it there in no time.
Good to hear. How are the roads?
Whoa! Is this me? Yeah!
Just a few potholes.
Dude!
Leon, you crazy. Uh-oh. Oh no, this guy. Damn. Still got it. Ugh. Oh my God.
The stage just keeps getting better and better.
Am I supposed to like shoot them? Oh my God! Whoa! This is crazy! Bro! Where are they? Yo!
Pups could use more training.
Oh my God! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, but it has to be done because you're evil. Well, these guys are like... Oh, shit. Yo, how the fuck does Leon do what he does? How is this guy not dying? I just buried an entire clip into his back. Woo! He's a straight up action star. Damn, I love how unnecessarily dramatic this all is. This is crazy.
So much for the direct route.
Oh my God. Okay, you know what? It works. We'll take it. Yep. He's so unfazed. He's like, whatevs. Just another Tuesday. Oh my God, this is actually fucking crazy. Get his ass. Get his ass. This guy does not die.
Ken, seriously. I don't give up that easy.
Okay, let's go, bro. That's right. It's wheelie time. It's Trick Central. Show 'em how fucking sick you are. Show 'em who you are! Woo-hoo! This is so... What can't this man do? Are you kidding me? God damn! Woo! The way that this sequence is incredible.
I've had enough of you! I know the feeling!
Shit's gonna blow up. My DoorDash driver on his way to give me a burger. Are we gonna play chicken? Or are we just gonna ride at each other? I will not lose. Whoa! Is that all it took? That was wicked. A modern day dystopic future joust. Yep, should have worn a helmet. You tell him, Leon. That's what I think I'm doing every time I drive in a game. Yeah, I kind of do feel like every time I'm driving, it's It's that. Click it or ticket. This game is so good. I feel like it's got the best of all the best of Resident Evil. Damn.
You should be close to the coordinates.
Yeah. Looks like it.
Wait, no, stay on the motorcycle. It looks so good.
I'll take a look around then.
It looks so good. This is where Will said he made it. Is this, am I caught up with Will? Okay, I'm gonna stop here. This is gonna be my stopping point for the night. Where is Will at? Is this where he's at? Did I get ahead of him? Wait, before you wrap, go to the left and peek above the cars. He's like an hour. He's an hour ahead. What? Wait, is this the left? Up here. Now peek around the corner. How do I be peeking? I'm peeking. Is that wait, what's that noise? What is that noise? Oh, this thing? Oh, that's what I'm looking at right there. I see. Do I remember that tanker? I sure do. I remember this from what's the one where the guy is like running around? What, I just played this. I played this before I played 8. It was 2, right? Where he's like running around in the buildings, you have to throw the things. Isn't that the tanker with oh my god, the evil guy? I'm giving the most generic answers. I'm like, you know, running around with the thing and there's the evil guy. You know? You know what I'm talking about? There's that guy and he's evil. And you're running around and you're doing the thing. Telling my kids this is how Caroline plays Resident Evil. Wait, that's exactly how I play Resident Evil. Chris and Leon kill 100 zombies in 5 minutes. What, like it's hard? Yeah, I did that like 5 times tonight. Yeah, is this not from her VOD? Are we just watching my VOD? All right, I gotta go to bed. I gotta get up. I gotta get up for my appointment in the morning. So, I will see you guys tomorrow. Like I said, my face is gonna look crazy town because I'm getting lasering done to fix the shit that they fucked up last time. So if you see me, no, I did not just stumble out of Raccoon City, but I will be getting back into Raccoon City tomorrow night. So we'll do our usual news. And commentary. And then how much longer do I have? About 2 hours? We think we finish this tomorrow? Def? Man, there's still 4 hours left. How the hell? How much did Sam play? How did she finish this 2 streams of mine ago? I don't understand. She must have really locked the heck in. She did really lock in for like 3 streams straight, though. Oh my god, I can't believe I still have 4 hours. Okay, well, maybe not finish it tomorrow night, but I bet by this weekend. I bet you that. All right, everybody. Thank you for joining me. Sending you to Mafia Jinx. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace and love.